Hey, good evening, everyone. We are at 6 o'clock. So welcome to our regular council meeting of Monday, September the 23rd, as I'm looking at September 9th minutes. Anyway, thank you all for being with us tonight. Councillor McMath will be joining us virtually in the next little bit. So we'll keep an eye out for her. I do wish to begin tonight's meeting by formally recognizing that we are gathered tonight on the territories of the Sooke Nation. So council, I'll turn your attention to the agenda. Item number 3 is tonight's agenda. The recommendation would be that the agenda for September 23rd, 2024 regular meeting of council be adopted as presented. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Bateman. Any additions or corrections? All in favor? And that's carried unanimous. Thank you. Meeting minutes, adoption of meeting minutes from September the 9th. Moved by Councillor Bateman and seconded by St. Pierre. All in favor? And that's unanimous as well. Thank you. Okay, next up is item 5.1, 2102 and 2112 AM Road Development Variance Permit. So I'll turn this over to staff to take us through the report, please.
My name is Chris Marshall. I'm the Director of Planning and Development for the District of Sooke. This is a development variance permit application for 2102 to 112 IM Road. The property was previously addressed as 2084 Ludlow Road. There's 2 lots presently that were created from one lot. They're both about 2,500 square meters. There's a single family lot on the just on the north side of the property there. And it's a vacant lot to the south and on the corner of Ludlow and Iam. The property is designated in the official community plan as Gateway Residential, and it is zoned RU4 neighborhood rural residential. The surrounding properties are all RU4, RU5 neighborhood rural residential, single family residential. So just to provide a little background to this particular property, back in October 2020, the property was rezoned from RU4 to RU5. The RU4 zone has larger lot sizes, so in order to subdivide the property, they had to rezone it to RU5, which has a smaller lot size limit, minimum lot size. In February 2021, the initial subdivision application was submitted, and in 2023, the development variance permit application was submitted. In January of 2024, the final registration of the subdivision was done. And as part of that subdivision application, there was a requirement for offsite works, and that's for the frontages along Ludlow and Iam. So the proposal is to vary section 2.2A of the subdivision and development standards bylaw number 404 to relieve the owner from the Can you just forward that slide? There we go. Thanks. So the variance is to relieve the owner from frontage improvements required as a condition of this subdivision. As the owner wasn't able to provide the offsite frontage works, they paid $62,710 in lieu of those offsite works. The rationale for the applicant wanting to get a refund for this $62,000 is that it's a lot of frontage on this particular property, and it would be cost prohibitive to do this frontage work, and they use the sort of precedent that council has set, that they've allowed a number of other variances for frontages along streets that are busier than the street. So just to give you a sense of what the particular standard in the transportation master plan for this street would be, it's an 18-meter wide constructed road right-of-way with 4.25-meter wide travel lanes, 2.7-meter wide boulevards, and 2-meter wide sidewalks, along with street lighting and street trees. Staff are of the opinion that this is an important link in the transportation, in the future walking and rolling network. As you can see on this particular slide, the property is in between connections to the parks to the north and the Galloping Goose Trail to the south. So for that reason, staff are recommending that this property not get the refund they're asking for. The public notices were mailed out to the surrounding properties as per the Local Government Act requirements, and staff have received 4 written submissions since those letters went out, and they were all in favor of the application. So staff are recommending denial of the proposed variance based on the following rationale: that the cash in lieu amount will be used to meet the objectives established by the transportation master plan to make this connection between the trails, between the parks to the north and the Galloping Goose to the south. And refunding the cash in lieu amount would require that any future road improvements to this section of road would have to be funded by the district as part of future projects. And this is the recommendation from staff, and I'm here for any questions. And I do believe the applicant is here and would, I think, like to speak as well. So.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Bagnall.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that Councillor McMath is in the meeting online.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McMath. Just before we go to the applicant, Councillor McMath, can you hear us clearly?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead. If you could please turn on the microphone and introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hello. I would like to start by thanking everyone that is involved in this meeting for their time tonight. My name is Theo Haitley. My wife and I own the property now named 2102 AM Road. I'm speaking today on behalf of myself and my family as a result of the District of Sooke staff requirement for frontage improvements along the property formerly known as 2084 Ludlow Road. The property has been in our family for well over 30 years since the area was originally developed. And being 1 acre in size, the property met the minimum lot size for subdividing into 2 respective half-acre properties. The upper or north half-acre being where my father-in-law has and currently lives, and the lower south acre property for my family and I to build a modest house to permanently live in. The lower property was stripped of all trees and natural vegetation when originally developed, and since then has been overgrown predominantly with invasive non-native Scottish broom and Himalayan blackberry. Every couple of years, my father-in-law would hire heavy equipment to remove the relentless overgrowth in an attempt to maintain the lower property that has always been unused. Being that my wife and I grew up in Casinos, preceded by my mother and my grandmother also being born and raised in Casinos, we naturally wanted to raise our family in Casinos. As many people here may know, property and building costs are high, and the requirement for costly frontage improvements or cash in lieu increasingly makes building a family home a financial challenge, which can effectively affect quality of life. With all due respect, my understanding is that the District of Sooke staff has requested the frontage improvements per subdivision bylaw 404 rather as a letter of the law approach and not through an equitable, reasonable lens. We are here tonight asking Mayor and Council to vary the requirements for frontage improvements based on some of the following reasons. 1, we are not engaged in a capital venture of development of multiple lots for gain, albeit others have been recently granted variances for multiple lot subdivisions in no more rural of a location than our property. To my understanding, along the approximate region of Woodlands Road, 4 separate variances, including a 4-lot and 5-lot, have been approved to vary frontage improvements. 2, I've spoke with most surrounding neighbors and they support to preserve the natural character of the neighborhood without wanting to urbanize it anymore. Please note many neighbors have written to the district personally to reiterate this point. I understand that no roads anywhere remotely close to this region have the requested urban suburban road cross-section SDD-R03, nor do I foresee concrete sidewalks, etc. going up AM Road in the next 20 years. That said, I will dissolve my presumptive hubris and ask the staff if they have improvements slated for the bottom of Ludlow Road all the way up to the top of AM Road within the next 5 years. Staff, is this a projected road improvement for the foreseeable future? Is it a projected foreseeable future?
Just direct the comments to me,
okay.
please, and then we can look at taking that and
Okay.
following up with staff.
Okay, I understand. Sorry. I will move along to some specifics of the road frontage improvements. A, streetlights. Figure A of the provided handouts shows that there are 3 existing tall, robust streetlights within a close proximity to the said property. In fact, there is a streetlight approximately 10 meters from the north end of the property and a streetlight approximately 10 meters from the south end of the property. 2 nighttime photos, figure 2 and figure 3, are from the end of the driveway at 2102 AM Road, of which demonstrates there's ample lighting already in place. B, street trees. Along AM Road, with exception to the driveway entrances and the CRD pump house, the said property line consists of many native red alder and some maple and coniferous trees, shown in figure 4 and 5 and figure 5. In addition, we have landscape intentions of adding more trees along Ludlow Road and adding native planting to help ward off the blackberry bushes expansion. C, regarding the actual build out of the frontage improvements per cross section SSD-R03, the road is to be 8.5 meters wide, then 2.5 meter swale boulevard, then 2 meter sidewalk, then 0.3 meter to the property line. I don't see how this works for a variety of reasons. One could be the minimum lot size and 2,500 square meter lot size would then not be large enough for RU5 zoning to construct a dwelling. Another being that the permanent CRD pump house shown in figure 6 will certainly not be relocated and would create an impasse along the sidewalk. Furthermore, the current topography rises away from the road. Likely both frontages would require to be mostly culverted, which I see as being problematic for maintenance. D, drainage. The in situ open ditch system along AM and Ludlow roads performed well during the atmospheric river of November 2021, which was recorded as a 50 to 100 year condition. I can attest to this as I monitored it whilst being on site. Also, the proposed house has an operating stormwater management system designed by a civil engineer that includes an already installed concrete flow control basin between the very large water detention system and the municipal ditch, restricting any influx of stormwater coming from 2102 AM. E, the existing established shoulder is already adequate for foot traffic, in my opinion, based on my experience raising my kids on these roads for 10 years. For reference, figure 8 shows the road cross section that the Sooke staff requested we install for frontage improvements. Figure 9 from the district's website, Open Street Maps, shows Ludlow Park north of the subject property has no trail from Almond Place to Ludlow Park. And I think that's important, is that currently there is no trail that goes from north of our property that connects in. There's actually a creek that runs down that bisects that, and as it shows on the District of Sooke's website, there is currently no trail that connects Almond Park or Ludlow Park also. The map shows that access to Ludlow Park is from either Harbor View Road or the flow line only. In closing, a couple of quotes I heard from previous council meetings. Mayor Maya Tate, quote 1, July 24th, 2023 council meeting, and please correct me if I'm wrong. I indicated staff are consistent of their application of bylaw 404, and we can appreciate their due diligence, but council makes decisions on a case-by-case basis. Areas in Casinos are seen as rural, given no wastewater services, and with low density, we look at rural regions with limited or no future growth. Further to this point, from the current transportation master plan, map 1, figure 7, shows Sooke's future growth potential, indicating the subject property is in the low growth potential area. Moreover, the current zoning does not support any densification in this area. The zoning even quotes this area as being rural residential, and I'll repeat that, rural residential, not density with impermeable concrete surfaces, concrete curb and gutter that starts and stops at property lines, lacking road congruence, sidewalk unity, and additional street lights that adds to pollution and light pollution in rural neighborhoods. I believe if people wanted to live in a more urban environment, they would likely do so. Quote 2 from Mayor Maya Tate. There's a long list of road improvements to do before we do any work on a rural road. And finally, as Councillor Bateman stated in September 23rd council meeting, quote, important that we protect the rural character of those areas that remain rural in Sooke, end quote. Thank you.
Is there anything else you'd like to share at this moment?
Not at this moment.
Okay, thanks. We may call you back just as counselors have questions,
Okay,
just
I
for
understand.
clarity. Okay, thank you very much for presenting to us and the.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, so members of council, I'll turn to you just for any questions, and then just there is an opportunity for public input following the questions. So I'll go to members of the public after council has an opportunity to ask questions. Questions from members of council. Councillor Bateman.
Okay, I'll jump in to start. Thank you for that presentation. I wish you'd submitted it beforehand because a lot to take in. And your rationale letter is much shorter and more succinct, but thank you for that. We have this information. And we, of course, have had a series of, so I'm supposed to ask questions at this point, right? So question 1 would be at our September 9th meeting in the Transportation Master Plan Workshop action items. We saw that subdivision and standards bylaw 404 is undergoing a revision, and we will be seeing a gateway residential option. Yeah, the level of service requirement for the gateway residential area from a suburban to a rural area level of service. So if this application or a request for a variance had come to us when 404 is brought and adopted, likely next spring, summer, what would this have been? What's my question? Would that be an option?
I'd like to defer to the operations director.
Thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Bateman. So currently in the subdivision development standards bylaw, this area does have a suburban rural cross section. In calculating that out, the property has 160 linear meters of frontage. If the applicant was required to do full frontage improvements at the cost that we have calculated based on the district's cost of these projects, so the applicant's cost would actually be more than this for an individual project, and the applicant was required to do full frontage improvements, the actual cost for that cross section, full frontage improvements to center line would amount to approximately $600,000. If the standard was changed from a suburban local standard to a rural local standard based on the rural local cross-section, the full frontage improvements to center line would cost the applicant $374,000 for cash in lieu. The equitable and fair decision staff made when considering the initial variance request for this application, which was an estimate that the applicant provided at a cost of $63,000, was for a 1 meter sliver asphalt extension, a cost for sidewalk for 163 meters. This total estimate was $63,000. I made a fair and equitable decision to take a small amount in cash in lieu for future road improvements in this area, as opposed to, as per bylaw 404 under my authority, requesting the applicant to submit a formal estimate from an engineering consultant. This estimate of $63,000 would have most likely amounted to over $150,000 to $200,000. I can clarify that and confirm that by the one point in the estimate where the estimate states for 163 meters of sidewalk that could be completed at a cost of $14,000. That costs the district approximately $80,000 to $90,000 in any of our massive projects that we're undertaking in the district. A small amount of cash in lieu was retained. It was not for a full frontage improvement for that suburban local cross section. It was for minor amounts that would satisfy future road improvements. And for that reason, staff is requesting council to deny the variance and retain the cash in lieu for future road improvements to that area in the future and not have to put that cost onto the taxpayers. Thank you.
Now the applicant here referenced Woodlands and Mowich, I guess. And those, did we collect cash in lieu for those variances?
Staff's recommendation is typically always to go with full frontage improvement recommendations. Cash in lieu is an alternative that we'd look at considering partial amounts taken for the bare minimum requirements, but it's not in alignment with our recommendations. Those minimum recommendations for cash in lieu would be if council approved a variance, we would request that they either construct the minimal requirements or provide cash in lieu.
And in those specific cases, remind me how it played out.
I can't recall. I'd have
Okay.
to refer to planning or corporate to look into some previous meetings, but staff's recommendation typically is in alignment with full frontage improvements.
So another question revolves around the exciting prospect of the frontage improvement program. How would that program play out in this instance?
So the frontage improvement program that I will be bringing forward to council for consideration, it applies to the suburban local areas. It was also recommended and approved by council with resolution for when we bring forward the draft subdivision development standards bylaw to change the Gatewood residential area from a suburban cross section to a local cross section. Because of that fact, this area would not be optional for the program, but if the area was not changed into a local cross section for a rural road and it did maintain the suburban local cross section, it would be eligible under the program. And if it was eligible under the program, the cost being recommended for frontage improvements would amount to $600,000 for that area.
Okay. That's a, okay, I can't grok this, but I'll stop now and let others.
Thank you. Counselor Pearson, I believe.
Starting off maybe, I guess, with a comment. Here's, I think this is number 4, number 5. Applicants of these similar natures where they're in these, what we still consider rural settings, Casinos, Mowich, Woodlands, Ludlow, Laidlaw. They're all kind of blending together and they're all single lot subdivisions that are giving us this problem. So it's, in my opinion, 600K, if that's a real number, like which and I have no doubt to believe it. So there'd be no economic benefit. So there'd be zero economic benefit, actually it'd be negative. So if we're talking about no densification, single lot subdivisions, and we're on these rural roads, our bylaw 404 is missing something. We have to in my opinion, we have to rewrite something. So 63K And I'm kind of, and it's these corner ones, and it's the similar to, which is not, or not rural, is like the one on French Road. If you happen to have a corner lot, you end up having double the price for the single lot, just because of the nature of where it's at. I guess my question is that the 18-meter road required in the new, and I can't remember which road cross section that is. How far away is, so through you to the stuff, how far away are we from 18 meters at that point of owning? If that's the requirement, is 18 meters. How wide's that road? It looks like about, my guess is 13 meters of side of hardtop. Or so, I'm guessing.
I don't know. We typically will secure up to 18 meters for that. And I do understand the point with the corner lots having substantial more frontage improvement requirements. So for the local suburban cross section, the linear meter cost on that cross section for improvements to center line is $3,700. Typical frontages within the suburban local area properties have about a 10 to 20 meter frontage, which would amount to a cost of frontage improvements of $30,000 to $60,000, which is reasonable. This is a very large lot. It is on a corner. That's why the frontage improvements are more of a substantial cost. There is a huge economic benefit in these numbers because if people participate in this program, they do not have to secure a consultant. They do not have to provide an engineered estimate, and they do not have to build the works at a higher cost. They would basically contribute into the program. The program does take into account the substantial costs for corner lots. So what the factor is for corner lots being put forward in the program is typical. So if you had a corner lot, typically in a local suburban area, it would have, say, a 10-meter frontage. If it was a corner lot, it would have a 20-meter frontage typically. So what we do is we multiply the linear meter cross-section costs by a 70% factor. So they have a 30% reduction on that. So that's how the frontage improvement program works. Even with a rural standard, this lot would be at about $374,000, less the 30% cost, which would drive it down to approximately a cost under the program for about $250,000 to $260,000, which is very fair, reasonable, and it is in alignment with the rural cross section. The amount paid of $63,000 will go towards future improvements for the road. There is none slated in the next 5 years, but the whole purpose of collecting these funds is so in 10 years, when we have collected cash in lieu from several properties, the road's deteriorating, it needs to be repaved. We want to improve the shoulder or put a path along the side of the road. We have funds to do so, and we don't have to put that cost onto the taxpayers. It's also very hard for the district to prioritize these projects on these small side roads when our main objective is basically constructing some of the arterial and collector corridors to fix the transportation problem in Sooke. For that reason, it's imperative that we collect cash in lieu, so there is a little bit of money in the bank to go towards improvements when they're needed on these side streets.
Counselor Beddoes.
Yeah, I'm seeing all these numbers around here. Under the normal, allowances that we're asking for would be equivalent to 600,000. Is that correct? Through the chair, to staff?
600,000 less 30% for the current standard in that area. If the
Okay.
standard is considered and changed by council, that would go to 374,000 less 30%.
That's where I was going. So we're looking into changing bylaw 404 and have a different designation in this area. And if it goes through as what you suggest, because we haven't voted on it yet, is they would be on the hook for 374,000, which is a lot of money in itself. And you've accepted 63.
We accepted 63 because we did not accept, we basically considered the applicant's variance request not to do full frontage improvements, meaning not to center line, but only to do a partial improvement because the asphalt was in decent condition in that area.
Okay.
So we approved it, or council approved a variance just for a 1 meter pavement extension, as well as some minor costs for street tree planting, as well as a sidewalk for 160 meters at a cost of $15,000, which is something that would at least allow us to put down a gravel path or a shoulder.
Thank you. That clarifies it for me. Thank you.
Counselor St. Pierre. Okay, anything from any members, other members of council? For staff? Yes, Councillor Bateman?
Okay, so the 63,000 would go into a reserve fund for use for a future walking and rolling network in the neighborhood as identified in the transportation master plan. Correct?
That's correct. It would be in alignment with what was provided in the applicant's quote. It may not be a concrete sidewalk, but the cost that was provided by the applicant in cash in lieu wouldn't even be enough to construct a gravel path.
Yeah.
So in the future, if improvements are needed in that area on that road, this would go towards improvements, whether it be approved rural section by council or a suburban cross section. At least we'd have funds to go towards whatever improvements we were doing on that road in the future.
Thanks. Can you tell me where this future trail will go from A to B or A to Z, or where does it start? Where does it finish?
I could just pass that on to the Director of Planning, Mr. Marshall.
It was in your presentation right now. Just look at it a little closer. There it is. So the subject property is at the very end or a northern leg of the future trail, which will clearly end. I think there's a loop road at the top. Okay.
Question I have is the park above Almond Park, Ludlow Park, those are District of Sooke parks, and then does that tie into the C2C, CRD C2C, and be form part of the C2C Greenbelt, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, the access would be more harbor view to that area for folks that are visiting that park. It would be primarily to go to this C2C, right? You would go up Harbor View.
The flow line flows east to west.
The flow line though is a walking trail. It's the old flow line.
But it comes from it goes to Sooke Hills Regional Park on that end and it goes.
Oh, sorry, the microphone.
Yeah, sorry, and is it okay if I talk to you?
Yes, yes,
So yeah, the flow line runs east to west in this area. And it runs from the C to Green or whatever what the Harbor View one, what's that one? C to C. And then Sooke Hills Wilderness Park. It goes from there and it actually goes beyond.
Right. I've been lost in there. I just don't,
Yeah, it runs
okay.
basically east to west. Lots of it is north south.
Okay, but your access point is still off of Harbor View.
Yep, and it's just right actually above Almond Park there.
Right, okay, thank you.
So the 63,000 would go to any portion of the build out, not necessarily immediately on site.
It would go to any portion of the
Yeah.
build out if the district had a complete project that we were putting forward for the area in the future, or any required road shoulder, any improvements for that area along that stretch of road. Even if that road needed repaving in the section where the applicant lives, the amount of $63,000 wouldn't even cover half the frontage of property line to center line.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Pearson,
Yeah, given those numbers.
we're still on questions.
Yeah, okay, no, I am, okay, so my question is that, so where that crosses the Galloping Goose down below as we come off by the veterinarian clinic. Right, I guess it's kind of, so we would be looking at a trail from there all the way up. And then turning left at AM and then continuing on, so given the density and the current zoning, I don't see that anytime in my lifetime, although maybe my grandchildren's. But so the question I have is the zoning, can we go back one slide in the presentation? I wanted to know. Okay, one more. January 9th, 2024, final registration of subdivision. So this property got zoned October 26, 2020. So we committed to increasing the density October 26, 2020 from RU4 to RU5, which means that it's meeting the current zoning. And now we've gone all the way through the subdivision application, 2021, 2023, DVP application is submitted, January 29, 2024, final registration. So do we have a covenant on this property for $62,710? Is that how we got that?
As I understand it, it was a condition of the subdivision.
Okay.
So they, in order to get their subdivision registered, they had to provide the cash in lieu for the offsites.
Okay. So what bylaw can we collect less than road frontage? So it's a negotiated amount? Is that what we're saying?
No, it's not a negotiated amount. Legislation, as well as our bylaw 404, only allows collect or implementation and requirement of frontage improvements at subdivision approval or at building permit approval. So basically, we would require the applicant to construct their frontage improvements, or we would accept a quote for any variance that was accepted for these frontage improvements to do minimal requirements, which is the case for this scenario.
Don't have any questions yet.
Okay, I will then turn in, no more questions from council. Okay, so I'll invite any members of the public that would like to speak on this, please. And it's strictly for this particular item, and please introduce yourselves with your name and local government.
I need 20 minutes to explain this. Ellen Lures. This is absolutely ridiculous. This application to stop this border variance. I've served in the border variance for 17 years, and this is an application for hardship, and it can vary the bylaw 404. You can do that. You can do that. Say, none of this is going to happen. That road is 90 feet wide. I was there before that when that road was being built. It's 90 feet wide all the way up. There's no reason for any more pavement for us to be paying for because it's maintenance for us as well. All those properties up there have covenants on them. They can't subdivide because they're on the park. And there's land given in lieu for park there. That's all park. And to go down that trail, has you ever tried going down that trail? It goes part ways down, and there's a river at the bottom. So it's not a go-to place. People don't go there. So to say that we should have a trail going there or a sidewalk going up there is ridiculous. There's 90 feet. I see the kids coming on the bus down there all the time. The bus turns around, Gladys, and there's no problem with walking. There's absolutely no problem. I think this is absolutely insane. We're looking at affordable housing. Here's a family wanting to build a lot, building on a lot on their parents' property. We want to add more money to their cost. What are we doing here? Just give the variance, say no. So no money's being spent, period. He doesn't, you're varying the bylaw. Your bylaw vary 404 and change 404 because it obviously doesn't work. You gave Silver Spray, which is a commercial operation. You gave them a variance so they didn't have to do a sidewalk. Please, this is 90 feet wide. It's not going anywhere. And as far as stormwater, the stormwater has been coming down Am Creek in a waterfall every year. So there's a stormwater there. So yeah, and also the CRD pump house that was improved many years ago. It's an ugly old thing that was put right in front of the place to give more pressure to the people up there. The cost to the district, if you add more pavement there, it's more cost to the district. You're supposed to be watching the bylaws. If the bylaws are adding cost to the district. They shouldn't be happening. And this 404 shouldn't happen in the first place because it's adding costs, because you're putting in sidewalks, you're putting in lighting, you're putting in boulevards, you're putting in trees. Who's going to maintain that? So I would say, no, if you have any questions, just ask me. I was there, I saw the whole thing built, that whole subdivision, and I was there when it's being built. And the covenants are there. It's not going to get any bigger. Those properties are not going to subdivide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Lures. Any other questions or comments from members of the public on this variance application?
My name is Helen Ritz. I live in Sooke. I wasn't planning on speaking. I was just listening. And it seems to me that they have a pretty sweet deal from 600,000 to 63. They are a developer. It's when you develop land, you're a developer, and I think you have to give back to the community. We don't know what the next 20, 30, 50 years looks like for our community. So $63,000. I mean, it doesn't even matter if it connects to a park. The money won't get you to a park, but it will put a little trail or something for people to walk along. It seems rather silly. They got a great deal, and in this case, I would listen to staff.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers on this application? This would be the final opportunity to speak on it. Okay, seeing no one else to speak on this application, we'll return it back to council. Is there anything further you would like to ask of staff before we get into a recommendation or a decision point? Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, Mrs. Lures mentioned Board of Variance and the application for hardship. How does that play out?
This isn't a Board of Variance application. This is a development variance permit application. So it's a different form of application and different form of variance. Board of Variance applications are seen by a board that's appointed by council. And they are strictly for hardship situations. Sometimes it can be a lot that's already very small. So having the full setbacks for a new home on such a small lot might be considered a hardship because you'd have a tiny house on the lot. So it's that kind of thing that the Board of Variance is looking at. I'm not sure we even have a Board of Variance appointed at this point in time.
No, Ellen.
Sorry, there's no point of order that comes from members of the audience, but I can share though that council has not appointed a Board of Variance.
Okay. I think the rationale statement does indicate a young family cannot feasibly build a house on said property. I'm curious, the applicant, am I allowed to ask a question of the applicant at this point?
Yes, just wait. If the applicant is willing, are you able to can you please come forward and join us at the table again? Thank you.
So, Mr. Haley, as our previous commenter noted, you're the principal of TJ and Haley Construction Limited. So do you have a sense of the building costs on this property for you?
Like to build a single family dwelling?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you share that with us just in a very ballpark?
It cost certainly well over $500,000 to build a single family dwelling of a modest nature, for sure. Yeah. And so, young families typically go into a lot of debt to build a house, and a lot of debt can really wear on people, and it can really wear them thin. And I've experienced that, and I can sympathize with other people that have gone through the same situation. So $63,000 might not sound like a big deal to some people that maybe have salaries of $100,000, $200,000. But to some people that don't have high salaries and young families and are just doing what they can to get by and try to stay in this community with really high living costs. You know, I see a lot of people moving to Alberta because it's a lot cheaper to live there. But as I mentioned before in my presentation, I want to stay in Casinos. Our intention is to stay here. Our intention is not to flip this house. It's not what we're trying to do. We actually downsized into this property where we can stay and maintain a quality of life living in Casinos. You know, like I want to stay here. I want to raise my family in Casinos. That's our intention. It's not some quick flip capital gain thing. And I understand that borrowing money is the way to get there. And that's where we're at.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Do you have any further questions?
Anything else from members of council for the applicant? Go ahead, Councillor Pearson.
You said earlier your father-in-law lives in the parent property,
Correct.
so that's the grandfather of your children?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah. Correct.
So
yeah.
you guys will be sharing a property line between the two of you?
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah. And also my mom lives up the road too. So, it's nice to kind of keep us all together. And in Casinos, there's not a variety of lots for sale. It's not like you can just go pick out the inventory of lots. So in a lot of situations, you end up in this circumstance where you need to, possibly rezone or try to divide a lot and divide a family lot and all stay there together. Yeah. So any further questions?
No, thank you. Can you please just turn off the microphone? Thank you. There's an annoying bing. Okay, any other questions from council to staff? Okay, so we're gonna look at the recommendation. So staff have put forward a recommendation based on plans, policies, bylaw and the like. Councillor St. Pierre, into the microphone.
I move that council deny the issue of development permit PL 901809 for 2102 and 2112 AM Drive to vary section 2.2A of the subdivision development standards bylaw number 44 to relieve the owner from providing required improvements to the public road right of way required as a condition of subdivision approval.
Councillor Beddoes is seconding it. Okay, would you like to speak to it, Councillor St. Pierre?
Absolutely. The first thing I'd like to point out is that our staff, even though they're well paid, is actually really watching out for people on a fixed income that are looking at increases in their taxes to pay for basic improvements and maintenance of our roads. They are the champions of making sure that the district is not overpaying and that we're actually keeping our taxes down. In this particular situation, and many like it, I think that we lose sight of the fact that even though we don't want to move out of the community, and the community is one we want to live in, that's the neighborhood we want to grow up in. If by some misfortune our family was to have troubles, you could sell one of your properties and pull in $1 million, which is actually a benefit that the rest of the community doesn't necessarily have. We're in a situation where already we've gone from 600,000 to 63. And what we're really looking at here is not actually building out the TMP in this area. That was made clear by Mr. Carter. It's actually simply to have a little bit of money in the kitty to basically fix things up if it's necessary, so it doesn't fall on the taxpayers. So I'm afraid that when the public was thinking that we're trying to do all these things, build out over here, no, it's never going to happen over here, how can you imagine that happening? We're looking at a parachute in case we ever need possibly improvements to fix roads. Not that we ever expect roads to deteriorate, but it might happen. It might happen. As we continue work on the TMP, because our traffic situation is a little bit dire, all of our resources are being placed into actually the main arteries, the main connectors, and the heart of the TMP. We're not going to have money to fix up AM Road. We're not going to have money for any of that stuff unless we actually set some aside. This is the only opportunity pretty much to set aside. When we actually give variances for all these frontage improvements all the time, we are actually costing future taxpayers all of that. We can't afford not to sometimes. Sometimes we have to fix the roads, and it's going to fall on the taxpayers. And some of them are just dreading the next tax bill. I don't think council can afford to look at a crystal ball and actually predict what's going to happen in our neighborhoods and decide we're never going to need improvements. And I don't think we can actually keep on cutting our own throats and not actually setting money aside to make those improvements. I'm going to vote in favor of this. Thank you.
We'll go the seconder, Counselor Beddoes.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tough one, all right, but boy, some of those numbers that were kicked around, 600,000, 374, and then 63,000. I do note that in 2020, the applicant agreed to pay the 63,000. You know, and if he didn't agree to pay for it, he wouldn't have got the subdivision. Is that correct? I assume it is. I think that's what was said. So, and here we are a few years down the line, and then it becomes a great hardship. I'm afraid I have to agree with my colleague, Councillor St. Pierre, is that this is just a modest amount of what we could ask for, and we will need some trails in the future, and I think it's important that we do build up some funds. So we've been in a world of hurt in these last few years because we don't have a lot of money to draw on when we have to do some of these things. And quite frankly, I know $63,000 is a lot of money, but considering could have been 374, even on this new rural standard that's coming in. I know there's been some precedents, and I wonder if we weren't a bit hasty in those precedents in the last little while, and maybe have gotten a few $1,000s that we could put in a kitty and use for the future. When we went into our strategic plan and had some consultants come in and tell us that we're required to look 10, 20 years down the road, not immediate now. I understand the immediate now is some relief, but in a community, we have to look 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road. I think it's pretty easy to see that we're in a bit of a world of hurt because of our transportation issues today, because things that we could have done 20 years ago and 10 years ago and all that. And I'm not blaming the councils of the day, because it was a different set of circumstances. But here we are, you know, again, possibly making the same mistake again. And I will support deniance of this variance.
Counselor Pearson.
Yeah, and I may be in opposition, maybe not. I don't know yet. It's a rural nature road. We're not increasing density. We've increased density through zoning for a one-lot subdivision. We've granted these variances in numerous places where they don't fit in our bylaw 404, and that's incumbent upon us to do that. And it's not $63,000 in isolation. There's DCCs, there's all the other costs that go in there. It's an additional $63,000 of road frontage, where some of your things are accurate, that we do have to maintain roads and things like that. But I also hear across the province, we just came from UBCM, housing is critical, costs are critical, families staying close to other families, daycare next door, grandpa, and I'm taking a leap there, but families staying close together is important to me. Without an increase to density, without changing the road frontage, that road's not going to get built in any time near, and there's no place for a sidewalk to go. So I'm going to be voting against the current motion. I don't have anything else to say.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Bateman, any comments?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I will vote in favor of this recommendation. Councillor St. Pierre and Beddoes have been quite convincing here. I will stand by very strongly the comment that was quoted back earlier, that this is a rural area and it must retain its rural character. This 63,000 will be banked for future trails. Very unlikely, given all the other priorities, that we will see a full-scale rural standard road build out there unless it's falling apart. However, a roadside trail in future, 20 years down the road, does indeed seem logical and in keeping with a rural area. There was an earlier comment about Sooke Point being given a get out of jail card with its variance. Well, in fact, there's no shortage of expenses Sooke Point is going to face in building out its road. We opted by a narrow vote to allow it to move ahead with a roadside trail in addition to building out the road to a good standard. Yeah, and I think Councillor St. Pierre's point about this will be a valuable property in time, that and $63,000 seems, the math seems fair.
Thank you, counselors, and everyone that's spoken on this. I appreciate everyone's work and time that have gone into this application over the years. However, I'm not in support of the motion. I appreciate what our staff is doing, and we have certainly talked about the pressure on taxes, an outdated framework to get taxes, and the necessary infrastructure improvements. And that as land develops, we need to acquire those improvements as they come along. And I don't have a crystal ball. People think I do, but I don't. But when I look at where this particular land is sited, and I didn't support the variance for Silver Spring. I felt that it was needed because you're driving on Sooke Road or whatever road that is, which is sketchy at the best of times, to a high density area with 750 units at the end and growing in commercial development. I felt it was needed there. In this case, this road goes into the C2C. It goes into parkland, into the C2C. And I'm not sure that we will have more humans in the Almond Park area here, because as time goes on and the community grows and develops, we need areas for our wild friends to be. Those corridors are essential. I would see us more working with the Capital Regional District to improve Harborview and that main access point into the C2C. That is how everyone goes there now. And I think areas on that corridor may require that in the future. I'm not seeing anything shake out from the province on how Highway 14 would be improved over the short term. We're certainly trying to get improvements in more of the core area. There is an emphasis on meeting climate targets, and perhaps if over time we'll see more people access this area on the Goose, perhaps other options, and use that to access these points. I do see, I hear the point, 600,000 is down to 60,000, and that seems like considerable savings, but $60,000 in 2020 versus $60,000 today is very expensive. COVID hit, things were delayed, and the world changed as we know it, and everything is really expensive now. Real estate, materials, cost, labor, if you find it, all of that. So to build a home or acquire a home for $500,000, like that seems, it's still expensive, but that's like an attainable price. It might end up being more than that. And similar to Councillor Pearson, I do believe family is stronger together. We've seen the collapse of healthcare. I don't see a short improvement to that, but I do see quality of life improve when family is together. That's on record. I mean, we hear of people acquiring land and flipping, and I don't know the applicants, but I know what they've provided in writing, and that's on the record. So that is what I am going with and what their intention is. And I hope that their dream of being in this community together is one that they could realize. In terms of potential road improvements in that area or overlaying the roads, there will come a time for that. With or without this new lot, there may come a time where we'll have to make those road improvements and we won't have money in the kitty because it might not happen, right? Like maybe all the family will just stay in the main house and one day we'll have to improve this road. So yes, we'll have some savings, or no, we won't. But I do know in Sooke, there are some significant roads that need to be improved now. And I would prioritize something like Rhodonite and Whiffen Spit Road ahead of this road. Ella Road is another one. And it seems like there's water there. That's a good thing, but there is no site for wastewater to be in this site. And our community growth planning and all of our smart growth planning is looking at density in areas that are serviced by that infrastructure. And that is where we need to make roads safer, trails and everything like that to move people around the community. I don't see it in this area, but I don't have a crystal ball. I could be wrong. So I'm just going on what and I appreciate staff's work in getting to this point, and I don't mean to not be disrespectful by supporting the application. But my role here today is to formulate an opinion and come to a decision on this particular one. In other areas, we have done and accepted variances, and similar to Councillor Bateman, I don't remember particularly how that outcome was. And I remember the Silver Spray one, of which I did not support. And so it's sort of case by case as applications come forward, is to look at the lot and what the intention are, what we see and what we know based into the future. And I don't get complaints from residences in this area about traffic speeding or anything like that, because I think it just leads to a natural area, and there's it's not a through road. So I'm not in support of the recommendation as it stand. I would consider issuing the variance though, without that requirement. So that's where I'm at on it. Councillor McMath is looking to speak.
Hi, sorry, just coming from work here. Yeah, I'll be voting against this motion, especially considering the last few with those already. So with those precedents being set and this matching those properties very, very similar. To me, I appreciate what staff is doing, and I'm sure it's very frustrating for them. But what you touched on earlier, Mayor, was that 6,100, this is such a large amount of money for a family, especially with variable mortgages and all the costs of living. So these pieces do add up. And when we tout that we love being a rural area and we want to keep people here, we kind of have to practice what we preach. So if we can, in a future date, discuss having a committee to support these kind of recommendations, that's something we can touch on later. But for now, it does fall to us. And so with our previous action and it needing to be aligned, because we can't go back and forth, and it definitely can't present like where there's not a measurable into how we're making those decisions. That's why I will be voting against this motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McMath. Councillor St. Pierre.
Well, it seems likely we can see the lay of the land in terms of how this is likely to go. Having said that, I think I want to spend a little bit more time on this. Not because I actually have any reason to want ill for people who want to live together in a family. That's not the point here. But I think it's important to actually try and talk about the consequences. So recently we, as council, received a consultant who told us and asked us, what would you want to tell council from 20 years ago that they did that you really liked? And what would you want to tell them that you didn't like? And it was a wonderful exercise because it pointed out the long term in terms of, what do you want to do? At this point in time, this particular council in the last 6 years has put in more sidewalks and made more improvements in terms of our transportation infrastructure than ever before. It's been expensive, it's come at a cost, other things haven't been able to happen, and so on and so forth. Having said that, I know that my kids, one of them travels down Otter Point to try and get to martial arts class and is terrified that he'll get run over. That's just the way it is. Our kids are actually at risk on our roads because of lack of infrastructure in terms of trails, sidewalks. Our pedestrians at risk. Active transportation is supposed to be one of our focus, and future generations honestly are going to be using it all the time. 20 years from now, we're going to wish that we had sidewalks everywhere. That's all there is to it. There's no community that's going to be saying, no neighbor is going to say, oh, well, I'm so glad they didn't put sidewalks. What a terrible thing that did to us. It completely ruined the character. Now we have these sidewalks. Ugh, terrible. That's not going to happen. In 20 years, people are going to want sidewalks and proper trails everywhere to get there by bike, to walk there, and so on and so forth. I'm looking at a crystal ball. I said I wouldn't, but I did. I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. Meanwhile, we have a really good program that we're hoping to roll out where we could actually take, I'm trying to get this out of the way, part of the future walking and rolling network, which would allow us to actually build out our sidewalks and our trails infrastructure, but only if we're putting into it. Meanwhile, what council is doing right now, as Councilor McMath pointed out, is setting precedent upon precedent upon precedent. For all the various reasons, we should never collect money for the future, and that instead we should put it either on future taxpayers or not have those amenities at all. Those are our choices. Putting on future taxpayers or no sidewalks. That's it. Okay? If we keep on setting everything as a precedent, first larger developers like Silver Spray, now people who have already said we'll pay the 63 and it's already been reduced from 600. How do we go lower than that? Are we just deciding not to have sidewalks anywhere ever? That's where we're going right now. Okay? So I understand all the good reasons, but this is where we're going. And I think we need to be cognizant.
Councillor McMath, please.
Just to circle back to what Councillor St. Pierre was saying, was not that we like, if we are continuing to have these sorts of variances come forward, these requests come forward to us, what that tells you is there's something that's not working. And so when I say that, that means that that is for us to review and that is for us to look at. So all of these documents that we have, they're living, breathing documents, including the Transportation Master Plan, the OCP, all of those plans are living, breathing documents. So when you start to have an influx of a type of issue, what that tells you, that's a gauge. So there's something within this document that perhaps it worked 10 residents come forward to you and tell you that repeatedly from similar properties in similar neighborhoods. What that tells you is there's not a problem with your constituents who are also your taxpayers. What that tells you is there is an issue within the program or the plan itself. And that's something that we need to address. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Council.
Yeah, further on, we have recognized a problem with bylaw 404. We have put it back to staff. We've had staff explain where they're going with this. And it is going to reduce the amount of things we ask for those rural properties. But to me, they've agreed to 63,000 4 years ago. And I think that's what we should do for the future. So to Councilor McMath, we are looking at bylaw 404. We know there's a problem with it and we will get it in front of us soon, but we have to deal with this here tonight. And I don't think it's a great hardship. So I stand by my position.
Okay, it's 2 times per procedural. So I'll give you a minute.
I think Councillor is right. There's something wrong that's causing this, and that's that council is actually giving variances, and it's much less expensive for developers to come forward and ask for a variance, even if they don't get it, than to actually pay. That's the problem with the process right now.
Okay, so I'm going to say that I disagree with that. I think that we have policies and all of that in place. And then when it comes to council and applications come forward, there's an opportunity to ground truth it. I think some properties in Sooke are the same and some are considerably different. There's topography, there's trees, there's the rural character, some are very steep, some are narrow, there's all of that. So there is no one size fits all. And then that's where council's role comes in making decisions. Staff don't have the ability to do that. They must follow the bylaws and plans as it's presented, and as challenging and difficult as that is. And then overall, they're looking for, okay, here's where this is going. Where appropriate, I will seek improvements for cycling and pathways and all of that where we are in high density areas. I just don't see that as this. I see there a need for wild places to remain wild and rural character to remain rural and growth to be in certain areas of Sooke. And that is where there is that opportunity. In hindsight, one decision I would make in the past, since it was brought up, what would we do different? Well, we had an opportunity once to look at bike lanes on Rhodonite and we didn't do it. And now we are stuck with no bike lanes and an unsafe busy road on Rhodonite. There was no density happening. It was just a cited need. But that is an area that is in the core between schools, high traffic, very busy. Thankfully, with the construction of Wadhams, some of that load is shifted over, but it's still busy. in this area, there is nothing except wild space above these parcels of land. And that is parkland protected by the CRD, protected by the district. I don't see it changing into anything else in the future. Okay. On that, then I will call the question. Councillor McMath, I'm going to call the question on this. So all those in favor of the recommendation, councillors St. Pierre, Bateman, and Beddoes are in favor. All those opposed would be myself, Councillor McMath, and Councillor Pearson. So it's a tie vote, so it's defeated. I'm going to test a motion, and that would be that council issue the development variance permit PLN 01809 for 2102 and 2112 AM Road, or pardon me, AM Drive to vary section 2.2A of the subdivision and development standards bylaw number 404. Sorry, it's moving, to relieve the owner from providing required improvements to the public road right of way required as a condition of subdivision approval.
I'll second that.
Okay, so I'll read that in and move it. It's seconded by Councillor Pearson. I've spoken enough about this. Councillor Pearson, would you like to speak?
I just think that sometimes our bylaw gets it wrong. And I think I mean, it's evident here that everyone cares and everyone wants it. You know, there's a lot of things to consider in case by case, and I'm building on what the chair said earlier, the mayor. But there's other things that play into it. You know, when we have these opportunities that are natural opportunities on that side of Victoria or on that side of Sooke, closer to Victoria, doesn't exacerbate our properties. I mean, this is a young family going to locate somewhere. Hopefully they keep their car down in Casinos and go back and forth to Victoria. And I'm joking about that, but really, we're going to get these one-off applications in our rural settings where the properties lend themselves. The zoning was granted, and the time for that discussion and this discussion on density and what it was going to require was that zoning. That's where the real conversation should have hit, all of those discussions, because to build a house, to subdivide one lot off now is not 63,000. There's $125,000 in cost to subdivide a lot off by the time you pay DCCs and all of the things that go along. So I don't know where this is going to end up, but that's it for me.
Other speakers? Councillor St. Pierre, then Bateman.
I'll be opposing this for the reasons previously given. I think that improvements in that direct area in terms of the TMP are not actually what this is about. It's actually about making sure there's actually money for taking care of a few small things. And it's much less than the amount that was potentially to be asked. And it basically makes sure that the future taxpayers actually don't have to take it on. I think that by not actually allowing that income to be available, it does fall on the district and future taxpayers. And it's also reducing our options in terms of actually being effective in promoting active transportation. If we actually just keep on doing this, there was a previous agreement. The council has already looked at this. It was already agreed upon. And then my strong sense is that because of recent council decisions to allow variances for these frontage, this came forward again. And the only result is that future taxpayers are going to be out and that we're going to see more of this. I strongly oppose.
Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, so with the looming prospect of another tie vote and the defeat of this motion, I'd like to ask through you to staff, hypothetically, what would be the next step if indeed this second motion is defeated?
Is that something we should be discussing at this time?
I think procedurally it's a fair question, but it shouldn't be an influence.
We're anticipating a vote going a certain way. We
Yeah.
don't know that yet.
We don't know that yet, no.
So, I mean, to me, I stand by. I think it's.
Can I get some corporate advice? My only thing is that what happens next should not be an influence to this. So I think actually I'm going to take that that the question is out of order, and we'll deal with it after, whatever that outcome is.
Okay.
The discussion now is on the motion.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay, well, checkmate, I suppose.
Any comments from anyone else? Again, I'll disagree with Councillor St. Pierre. I think every application comes to council, and that is where council has an opportunity to weigh in and to ground truth what is occurring on the land. This is money that potentially, yes, could go into road improvements into the future. But if this did not happen, this family would then seek potentially other property in Sooke to find. They will be spending far more than 500,000, I believe, to do that because of the cost of housing right now. And this road will sit, and one day taxpayers will have to fix it. Regardless, it is not a high traffic corridor road. And I'll argue that there is an increasing concern of Sooke losing its rural character, and where possible, we should look to retain that. So in, again, high density areas, multifamily, small unit, high density, yes, we will be seeking all of that to those developers that are listening right now, as we have in the past and continue to support. This is a case by case situation. Staff are doing the best to create bylaws and policies to fit everything. And when they come forward, we need to look at the nuances on the land. Did the property owner sit and wait? I would argue maybe they did, but also 2020, everything had to sit and wait, delays, the world closed down. And then it reopened in a different and difficult, challenging, expensive way. And here we are today. And I just think there's extreme value to all of us to keep a family together.
I'll be voting against this motion out of the sheer curiosity of what comes next. Thank you.
Okay. I will see that there's no one else, so I'll call the question on this motion. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Beddoes, Bateman, and St. Pierre are opposed. So Councillor McMath was in favor, so we are at 3-3. So again, that's defeated. Now I'll ask staff procedurally, we are at a stop here because we have sent no direction to anybody.
Through the mayor to council. So in a situation like this procedurally, the spirit of a council is to be an odd number so that this type of thing doesn't happen. Of course, a member is not present tonight, hence we are in the situation as so. There's different ways council may choose to proceed in this item. Council may want to deliberate if there's a middle path, potentially an agreement of an approval with certain conditions, perhaps. Pardon me, I'm not a subject matter expert on this, so another one of my colleagues might be able to make a suggestion on a middle path. Another option council might want to consider is to defer it to the next council meeting where we may have a different number of quorum present, or an opportunity for council to deliberate their decision further and come at it at another night. And of course, at any time, council could refer this to staff for additional questions. So those are essentially the three paths before you.
Okay, thank you. It's as I thought. There is, as many may know, a councillor absent because a provincial writ has dropped. So I'm uncertain when and even if that councillor may return to council. And then potentially we may not have a seventh member of council until such time that a by-election occurred. I don't want to play a game of, oh, so-and-so's not here, we should vote on this, because I think that would be unfair and an unreasonable way to treat an application. There's also someone may get ill unexpectedly and be unable to attend the meeting. So perhaps and I'll test this is refer it back to staff with perhaps the applicant and staff could meet and talk this through and see if another option emerges through that discussion. I think I can I procedurally ask the member of the public to the applicant to speak? Yeah, if you could please come forward and turn on the microphone. Because we're stuck here.
It just seems to me like the point getting driven here is that we're getting a good deal from $600,000 down to $63,000. So in fact, if we would have been somehow remotely notified by the staff to begin with, when we were really pushing back against the frontage improvements, it actually delayed us being able to subdivide, because when we were faced with that, I had an understanding that these frontage improvements would be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. We didn't have, we didn't have hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so we actually stopped the subdivision process, being able to continue to try to subdivide this family lot. Because we weren't advised to say, like from the staff, that the variance was even an option. However, if we would have gone for a variance before and the $600,000 number would have come up, then it wouldn't have seemed like we were getting a deal if we hadn't already contributed cash in lieu just to try to get to the finish line with this project, or with this process being, already multiple years to even get to the finish line to be able to subdivide and try to get back into a house again. So it just seems like the whole point of $600,000 and we're getting a deal for $63,000. If we would have started off by just going for a variance, the $600,000 number would have arose, and there probably would have been some agreements that $600,000 for a young family to do road improvements was unreasonable, and presumably we may have been granted a variance at that point. However, we kind of went a little bit backwards with this process because
we simply didn't know any better. And we applied for this variance 13 months ago, before you guys set precedents, before you guys did all of that. It's been 13 months to even get here. So that none of that even, we just found out, we just got knowledge that we were even allowed to do the variance. And I will assure you, $62,000 is a lot of money for our family. And so it's not, we don't see an opportunity. That's not what we're trying to do here. And it is on a case-by-case basis, like you say. And I just want you to know that we're not opportunists. And this was 13 months to even get to come before you guys, to come to this meeting. So it's not like we didn't have a crystal ball. We didn't see all of what has happened in the last 13 months or the variances that have passed that had nothing to do with this. It's that we didn't even have the knowledge. We were not developers. We wanted to subdivide a family lot, to stay together, to try and have affordable housing, to stay in our community. And like you were saying, if something were to happen and you could sell the lot, why would you want something to happen to have your community, your taxpayers? We have been taxpayers our entire lives here. We are the taxpayers. So, I mean, I think that speaks to what we're trying to do as well, and that we're not trying to see some sort of opportunity, and that it has been already in the works for 13 months, and we would have went for the variance if we knew it was even an option. And we just didn't know any better.
And that rationale letter that you guys read was from years ago, because I wrote it years ago because I was pleading against this years ago. I was pleading because it didn't make sense to me. Like if you're going to try to bisect a family property in half, and you're faced with $600,000 of frontage improvements on top of DCCs, like we already paid almost $17,000 in development costs already. That's already being contributed towards the schools and things of that nature in our community. So it's not like we're just, we've acquired this bargain for $63,000. Like Councillor Pearson mentioned that we've already incurred a bunch of costs already that are contributed towards the community.
And if you do go up there, you will see that the parks, there isn't trails to get across. There's a creek 9 months out of the year that you cannot cross. It's a trail to nowhere in those parks. It is for wildlife. We have deer in our yards. There's cougars up there. There's bears constantly. It is a wildlife corridor. It's not a park that there's no parking even for people to park there. Everybody accesses and goes to the C to C. They go to Harbor View. They don't come up that road to access that park. So
Hopefully you consider what we
Yeah.
said.
thank you.
Thank you for returning to the microphone and for sharing that with us. So proceed, I need process question again. So we've had two motions. They've both been defeated. Can we, as mayor, I know I can potentially bring something back. Can we just bring this back for discussion at the end of tonight's meeting? Is that an option for council?
The mayor can certainly bring up the motion for reconsideration later in the meeting.
Okay, so I'm going to do that, and refer it and bring it back at the end of the meeting, because if I kick it to another meeting, it's another delay, and again, it's flu season, I don't know. So I just we have information that's fresh to us, that it is sort of new, but ties into what we're doing, so I'd like to just bring it back, at the end. Okay? And just park it there. All right, I'm gonna do that. Anyone can challenge me, of course. No one's doing that. So we're gonna move on in the agenda. No, I have that right as the chair, as the mayor. So I'm doing that. Okay. Item 6.
Okay, sorry. This is the report of the Chief Administrative Officer here. Just wanted to highlight a couple things in the report. Monday, September 30th is the honoring the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation in Sooke. And we are encouraging residents to attend the event being held at the library between 11 and 1 on Monday, September 30th. From an HR perspective, I am very pleased to announce Chris McCrae has won the competition to become our new Deputy Fire Chief for the District of Sooke. Chris has have a 25-year history with the district here in the fire services, and I'm really excited to welcome him to the Deputy Chief role. And I think him and our Chief Kennedy will make a good pair there and help lead the fire department into the future. On the HR front as well, just a public notice that every once a year, we close the office for staff and council training, and that will be happening on October 10th. Essential services will remain uninterrupted, and but municipal hall will be closed for the day. Current job postings, none. This is the first time I have worked here that we do not have any jobs posted. We have a couple, a couple ongoing vacancies, but this is my first time in almost 7 years that we don't have an active posting. So, and later on in the agenda is formally appointing Rose Liu, our financial officer for the district. So again, that leaves me as just your Chief Administrative Officer now. So looking forward to that. I'll defer to council to speak to UBCM and their council role updates. I'm sure they will, but I spent last week with council over in Vancouver at the UBCM conference, and as highlighted in the report, we met with multiple ministries and staff and ministers there to talk about the needs of Sooke. And council, I was there as a support person, and council was there advocating for the needs. And again, I will let them kind of speak to any details they would like to. As far as the projects are considered, I just want to, I'm assuming most people have seen the announcement that Charters Road starting tomorrow will be partially open from 2 to 6 in the evenings to allow that traffic coming back into Sooke to peel off on that direction. And I just wanted to highlight, excuse me, as I think we've been saying all along, we know that this problem, even opening Charters fully, will not fully solve this problem. And similar later on in the agenda is the report on the short-term traffic solutions, which recommended a couple of
improvements that staff will be working on. And I just want to assure the community, like, it's not stopping here. Like, we know that this is not the end of the road. There's a lot more work to do. It's going to take all of us working together to get these problems solved. And I'm looking forward to working with our staff and consultants and the community, the developers in the world, to figure out how we can do this and make this better and make getting around our town a lot easier for everyone involved. And so just know, like, just if you see something, you're like, they don't care. No, we care. I'm still reading all the Facebook comments. I see them all. And just a small little highlight is, if you're mad about something that's not happening, please contact me, Rachel Gray, R-Gray, Gray at Sooke.ca. Do not call the reception staff and yell at them and berate them and call them 38 times in one afternoon. That is what one of you guys have done out there. Call me, email me. I'm available anytime. I will meet with you anytime I can make that work. But if you want to blame anyone, it's definitely not the reception staff. So if you can pass the messaging along to your people of direct blame, either to council, to myself, that's what we get paid for. Council gets elected to do this and wear this. So just keep that in mind of who, when you want to be mad at somebody, who are you getting mad at? It's not the people at the front that are answering your calls. So I'll just leave that there. Other than that, budget talks, budget 2025, very timely with priorities is the time you want your voice heard. When these meetings are happening, and we have special budget meetings that are going to happen starting November, December into January, February, please show up, have your voice be heard there, and listen and get your voice heard on what you want the district resources to be spent on. There's always going to be more asks than staffing and capacity and money to do them. So prioritization is important, and hearing from the community, like we're trying to do in the budget surveys every year, getting out in the community at annual events to get your voices heard so that council can make informed decisions on what these priorities are going to be. So I would encourage everyone to participate as you can. And again, reach out to me anytime. If you want to talk about something, I'm happy to meet and talk with anybody at any time. You may not like my answer, but I'll get you an answer. And I'll leave that there.
Thank you very much for your report, Ms. Gray, and for covering off the UBCM piece, sort of still swirling around in my head. So appreciate that you were able to put something together for the community. And also just to add, just the number of calls that our reception team has taken. I did speak with other elected on how they handle that, and they don't have live humans answering the phone for that reason. And in some cases, one larger center said they direct it to a chatbot, and then the individuals can talk to a chatbot. And for those of you that may have had to navigate a system where you're doing that, it can get increasingly very frustrating, but the chatbot doesn't care. So I like the fact that we still have humans answering the call to help folks navigate the system. But similarly, please call Ms. Gray if you really want an answer, because I won't take abuse either. Thank you. And I don't think anyone should. And I know that I'm elected, but I'm not elected to receive swear words, derogatory commentary, or just plain insults. That's what voicemail is for. So I'm sure you'll be happy to receive my automated message. Okay, so on that, the recommendation is to, sorry, would you like to comment? Sure. briefly.
Yeah, I think in addition to writing to Ms. Gray, you're all welcome to write council@sooke.ca, because we want to know what is top of mind with all of you. The prospect of a chat in this district, I'd move if that was the case. Those are the worst of the worst. And I just wanted to say thank you. I don't know if later we'll be talking about the steps that got us to the opening of charters in short order. I know the district promised right at the outset of this process that it would do everything in its power to open that road earlier, and you've managed to pull that off. So thank you. If anyone has any insights into how you managed to pull it off, I wouldn't mind hearing it.
It's all about building bridges and relationships with people. Partly, and obviously a lot of heavy lifting by Mr. Carter and the operations team, working with Hazelwood, the contractor, because they're ultimately responsible for the safety of the site. I appreciate everyone thinks, oh, just open it up. It's a district road. However, it's their project. They're responsible for the safety aspect. So we really, initially they didn't want to open it at all because they wear the potential risks of this. So they understood the impact that this is having in the community, and of course, the timing of the hydro pole being hit the day before we were talking through this, just the irony of this further highlighted that. So, you know, they worked their schedules around and made something work, and, you know, understood, no, we don't need it open all day, every day kind of situation. If you can just focus on the core coming home hours and at least get that done. And ultimately, our goal has always been to not impact the overall completion of this project based on a decision we have made. So, you know, I'm grateful and hopeful that that's still going to be the goal here, and to the ultimate completion of this project. But yeah, it was just basically kind of working with them, understanding Hazelwood's concerns and working out a way to kind of minimize those concerns. And then we came up with the compromise of 2 to 6, and hopefully some community members will see some difference, slight difference. Again, we know it's not the end, but it's something.
And just to be clear, this is vehicles only. Pedestrians are not, it's an unsafe route without guardrails.
Correct. This would just be for vehicles and bicycle traffic at this stage, because until the sidewalks and the railings are put up, the dip that used to exist doesn't exist anymore. So if you look, I saw a picture online, and we've shared some ourselves, where like the massive retaining wall that they built up there is kind of highlights why it's a different kind of animal, especially at night before streetlights are put on place, it could get dangerous. So that's why the site's being locked back down in the evenings again for now.
Councillor Pearson?
Yes, two things. Thank you for your report. Well done on the HR. It's kind of nice to be hearing that we don't have vacancies, and well done on getting that up to. Thank you for your message on, we know this isn't the solution of opening charters. And we're going to continue to look at everything. I heard that loud and clear from you, and hopefully the public heard that tonight too as well, because charter's going to open. It's going to make things better. We know that it's going to give us some alternate routes, like the other day when the power was out. But I think it's incumbent upon all of us, and thank you for your leadership around looking at everything. So thank you.
Okay, I'd like to move on, and that is that council received the report of the CEO for information, moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Beddoes, all in favor, and that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We have our consent agenda here, nope, I missed item 7. That's our public and question and comment period. So this is for items on the agenda, except for the public statutory hearing, as it has its own designated hearing. So all other items on the agenda, if you could please come and speak to us at the microphone, and we have 2 minutes per speaker. When you start speaking, we will start timing. Who's up first?
Ellen Lures, I wanted to speak to the park use permit for Fuchi. I want to just want to say I agree with the recommendation by staff that you exempt us from the permit fees. This is a fundraiser. We're not a wealthy group. We're trying to make some money to forward our to be able to grow food and to encourage people to grow food. And yeah, so that's all I got to say about that. And can I speak to this other thing? Oh, I just want to say that the family. No,
I'm sorry, Miss Lures.
This is
No,
a family.
I'm sorry. We heard from the.
I'm sorry
Thank
too,
you.
but I have to go, and so I can't stay to speak to it again because I have 3 little grandchildren waiting for me. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
but you won't be missing another public question period unless council decides to defer it again to a future meeting. Then we'll have another public. I don't know. I think I just wanted to park that, given what the applicant had shared, and we'll go from there. Thank you. You won't miss anything. Other speakers tonight? On anything on the agenda except for the statutory hearing? Okay, well, thank you for joining us in the audience today. We like to have humans here with us. Okay, we're going to move on then into our consent agenda, which is item 8. And the recommendation would be that the following items on the consent agenda be adopted by consent. Item 8.2, the correspondence, 8.3 MOU minutes. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Beddoes. Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, I'd like to poll number 18. regarding Maple Park Terrace.
Number 18 correspondence, so that'll go to the next
Yeah.
regular meeting.
And there
Okay.
is some related correspondence to that one further back in the package. Number 8.
Number 8
Yeah.
and
And what was the other one? Number 15.
8 and 15. So
Yeah.
those will all go together to the
Yeah.
next regular meeting. Thank you. All rest will be received and filed accordingly. All those in favor then? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on to 9.1, or reports, and then 9.1, short-term traffic solutions presented by the Sooke Traffic Committee. That 8.3 is part of the consent agenda, so it's received and filed. Okay, thank you. And Mr. Carter.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through your worship to council. So end of July, the Sooke Traffic Committee presented short-term solutions to the District of Sooke. I've analyzed these solutions as well as Watt Consulting, the Vice President of Traffic for the consulting firm in BC, as well as M4 Consulting with the President of the Association of Professional Engineers in BC. All of our analysis of the solutions presented were in unison and agreed with each other, and all the information is included in the report as well as the attachments. I got nothing further to add, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Any questions for Mr. Carter? We do have a lengthy agenda, so if you don't have questions, let's just move it along. Okay, thank you. So yes or no? Okay.
Yeah, I have a question. Yeah, I always have questions. I would have.
Okay, but
given-
let's share the air and be mindful of time.
Yeah, okay. Given available time, it would have been great to go through each of the 7 in turn. However, I am very interested in number 6, adjust Highway 14 signal timing to favor westbound traffic. The quote in the report is, it is expected to be implemented by fall 2024 and has already secured partial funding. Now, my understanding was that MOTI had early on in this process started adjusting its signal timing. And is that in fact the case? And I guess it's an ongoing process of experimentation.
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Bateman. So when MOTI presented to council, they indicated that they would looking at the signal timing to improve westbound flow. I've been working with MOTI on that since then. Well charters is being closed. Basically improving the westbound flow would push people more into the queue, so it would make the problem worse. So it was always planned for us to bring forward this implementation in the fall. It was one of the short-term solutions presented to us as well. It was underway. I've secured funding for about 60-70% of that, and it is going to be implemented probably over the next 4 weeks, hopefully right when charters is open, when it will have the biggest impact.
Okay.
Councillor
Yeah, but
Pearson.
in my experience, irregular experience coming home through the traffic, it's felt to me like those lights have been extended beyond what they were prior to the start of this process. Is that true, or that's just my imagination?
I don't believe that's the case. MOTI has not informed me of that anyway.
Councillor Pearson.
Yes, through you to our engineer, district engineer. I was kind of curious because the Watt travel or the Watt recommendation said only slightly improve westbound traffic with the access through Evergreen Mall. Like when they say slightly, like what's their slightly and what's my slightly? I mean, it seemed to me like that's the, and I'm not a traffic expert and I'm deferring to you. It seemed like that was almost like the best no-brainer kind of solution. And I don't know if we've got access, through that parking lot. It felt like that was one that would actually make a difference to me personally.
Yep, no, through your worship to Councillor Pearson, slightly was mentioned in one section of the report, and another aspect of it where they analyzed it, slightly was defined as a 1 to 2 vehicle improvement in the queue. So yes, it was analyzed, and it's one of the solutions you might think may make a big difference, but theoretically it would not, because there would probably be 50 over the peak time, there would be 50 to 80 cars over a 4-6 hour period that would have an option to basically access a rear parking lot of the mall or rear parking lot in Lot A, or cut through to the mall to access the mall. But it's not those vehicles that are coming into the mall from Sooke that are experiencing the traffic delay. So they are coming on via Otter Point or Church Corridor, and they're accessing the mall through Brownsy Roundabout. So they're either coming on right at the end of the queue on Church, or they're coming from another direction in Otter Point, and they're not the ones being delayed in traffic. So the choice would be up to those drivers to then say, hey, I'm not being delayed in traffic, but do I want to go into the back of Lot A to park and then walk to the stores? If they did all choose to use that direction, the analysis presented that it would be a 1 to 2 car difference in the queue. If the road got connected right through, which I do not believe the property owner would be in favor of, there were multiple safety concerns that people would actually cut through the mall to bypass any of the lights just in regular commuting, and it would pose safety issues to pedestrians in the mall.
We really think, does the traffic consultant really think that people would use that as a bypass? Like it, and I guess, and I'm gonna, in the air of time, it just seems to me that every car that accesses that mall has to be on that roundabout 2 times, on the way in and on the way out. And it seems like our bottleneck starts in you know, for numbers of reasons, and I don't need to kind of analyze it. It just feels like that. It almost seems like it's dismissive of that idea, and yet me as a layperson, it looked like it was kind of almost a no-brainer, but okay. Yeah.
I can just maybe add one thought on that is, as I think council and the community knows, we are currently have a BC Builds project for the health center construction on that lot underway. Currently, we're in the stages of trying to see if there's a preferred developer for that. That RFI is closed. Mr. Marshall and I are attending meetings with the BC Build staff, and fairly soon, hopefully some options will be presented to council for that. So absolutely access through, as that conversation progresses over the next couple months here, this access through to the mall will be part of this conversation, as the ultimate build out of the rest of those lots will be undertaken at that time, or just the conversations and the planning of what that could look like. However, as I think Mr. Carter stated, or somebody stated, at this time, the owners are not keen on us just connecting this road through. So it's going to take a bit more time and a bit more conversations of the benefits of that and how that could look at this stage is what we know now. But again, those conversations are not dead. They're just going to carry on. We just need to understand the BC Builds piece first.
Okay, the other point that I just wanted to raise on this item 2, it says secondary access to Sooke Elementary via Country Road. That is already a dedicated pickup and drop off to the school. So the front parking lot, there's notices that go out to parents. I know this because my kid goes there. The front lot is reserved for staff and for school buses and for some childcare pickup. They're the only ones that access the front. And if you go in there, you will be told not to ever do it again. You do then have the option to go up Gollage to the back. It's very narrow. It's very busy and it's very chaotic. So a lot of, if you get there early, that's fine. And by early, if you want to pick your child up there, you would probably be there about 20 after 2 to get a spot, because it's 2 cars, it's gravel. And when that bell goes, there's children all over the place. So Country Road tends to be a preferred road. And I say that because we also pay to have a crossing guard there to help students cross over Church Road and Country Road safely. And there's cars pretty much parked the whole length of Country Road. So then there's notices that go out just to respect the properties, don't block their driveways and so forth. So that is already an option there. Last week, we did meet with the minister to advocate again for improvements to Sooke Elementary, to rebuild the school and to relocate it either to a different site or on a different site, and to address the egress to the school. They continually say that until our enrollment numbers increase, it's not happening because of enrollment challenges and growth in Surrey, West Shore, and other centers. So we're continuing to wait, which is unfortunate because the trustees have done tremendous work in the recent years to advocate for improvements to John Muir Casinos as well as Sooke Elementary. And as we grow, other places grow larger and we're continually left behind. So it's a challenging one, but I just wanted to raise that because this is an option that was raised for some time. The Mariner site was another drop off. You could walk over from there, but with the site under construction, that's another option. That's not an option right now. And in some cases, some parents are walking from Evergreen Mall all the way there. But that is the reality of what's happening there. So that already is an option. And then in addition to the work happening with BC Builds on the health center, the Grand Parade also showcased there is strong community support for the gathering place, also to be located on this property. So we really need to understand where and what those timelines are and then plan accordingly. So thank you for the report. I just wanted to share that. Today was a Pro D day. I left, I drove through this, drove home from Tillicum. It was, turn on CFAX. I heard nothing about slowdowns in Sooke for the first time and was able to drive all the way. There was a bit of traffic building going up to Church Road after the bridge. The only time I stopped was at Keltassin because a truck was turning left onto Keltassin, but otherwise we drove the whole way. It was, I don't know, actually drove the speed limit. So maybe that's something new, but school was out today, so there was no traffic on the road. We'll see what tomorrow's like, but it is a remarkable difference when that happens. But I've also been told that Wednesday tends to be the peak day for traffic in Sooke on the highway through recent surveys and studies. Why that is, I don't know. Just, it is. So anyway, anything else from anyone? No. Okay, move receipt of this report for information. Thank you, staff, for your work. Seconded by Councillor St. Pierre.
And as the mover,
yes,
I get to say.
Oh, you do get to speak.
And I just want to say, I think this has been a really good process here. A group out in the community came together seeking some solutions, and they sat down, they put their report together, a simple one-page listing. It came into staff. Mr. Carter put his expertise into it, the Watt Group, and even this group's, one of its consultants, Michelle Mahavlich, the former director of engineering for Langford, also was involved, and we've come to this process. So I think it's been a really healthy, lively process, and look forward to more. The community absolutely welcome to keep bringing ideas forward.
Okay, thank you. So would the seconder like to speak? I don't remember who that was. Councillor St. Pierre.
Yes, I would suggest that as the community considers options that it wants to bring forward, that it realizes that the various consultants were in actual agreement with our engineer. And as such, we really can't afford as a district to keep on spending money on the outside consultants to basically corroborate that we have a good engineer. We do have a good engineer, knows what he's talking about. It's a good thing to remember. The other thing I would also remind people that the time that our engineer spends on looking over these solutions is time not putting forward our transportation master plan and actually advancing the projects that actually move this traffic along. So don't just fire everything in. Try and make sure it's pretty good. Okay, just try and make sure it's pretty good, because otherwise it's holding things up. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of receipt? Any opposed? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 9.2, road maintenance services.
Thank you, Your Worship. The district's public works road contract is due to expire. So in lieu of that, the district posted a request for proposal on BC bid from July 16th to August 13th. When it was closed, two proposals were received, one from RCL Enterprises and one from our current contractor, Victoria Contracting. Both proposals met all mandatory requirements. The minimum score was not met from RCL. There was a 2 to 3 day evaluation process, and hundreds of criteria and evaluation questions were analyzed. It was done by an evaluation committee consisting of our deputy director of operations, our manager of engineering and infrastructure, as well as an external procurement specialist from the province. Like I said, it was a 3 day process. The evaluation put Victoria Contracting as a successful proponent for this, and in alignment with that, staff are making a recommendation that council approve the award of the roads maintenance contract to Victoria Contracting for an annual cost of $587,000 in 2025 and 2026, excluding GSE, with the option to extend the contract to a maximum of 3 times for a 2-year period.
Thank you. Would you like to move that? It's been read out, so that's moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Bateman. Would you like to speak to it? Okay, Councillor Bateman.
Well, I had a bunch of questions, but I guess this is not the time for questions, so I'll just make some
Motion's on the
comments.
floor.
Pardon me?
There's a motion on the floor.
There is, so I'll just make some comments then. This contract, Victoria Contracting won the bid in 2019 at $342,000 with a 2% annual increase over the 5-year term of that contract. And I was going to ask about, here's a new deal at 587, which is reflective of the high rising cost of everything. My question was going to be, the 5-year budget anticipates $425,000 per year for this contract versus 587. So I'll just make those points, and I'm sure Victoria Contracting has got a second contract here because it is doing excellent work for the district. Thank you.
Is it reasonable to say that that increase is because there's more roads, more call for servicing, street sweeping, line painting, cost of materials, cost of labor, cost of everything?
To your worship, yes, it's cost of inflation, cost of labor, and as the district develops, it takes on more assets, so there's more assets to maintain. So yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Call the question. All in favor?
Pardon me, my apologies here. My colleague here only read out the first part of the motion. I just want clarity.
Yes.
Is it both, just the first one we're voting on, or was the intention both?
My intention was to read that one out secondly, because I thought
Perfect.
he separated it on purpose, so.
Thank you. My apologies. I just wanted clarification before we took the vote. Thank you.
All good, so we'll revote. All those in favor, please. Any opposed? None opposed. That carries unanimously. The second part is, and that council directs staff to include the contract amount of $587,000 in the 2025-26 budgets for the road maintenance services contract. Moved by Councillor Beto, seconded by St. Pierre. Would you like to speak to it?
No, makes sense.
Thank you. Anything from St. Pierre? No. All in favor? And none opposed. Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Park use permit, commercial use. We did hear from a speaker. Over to staff, please.
Good evening, through the mayor to council. Sooke Food Cheese Society has submitted an application for a commercial parks use permit for the purpose of hosting a harvest festival and market event on September 29th at the district's property 2380 Phillips Road, known as our Sun River Allotment Garden and Community Orchard property. The proposed market aspect of the event meets the definition of commercial use in the Community Parks Regulation Bylaw number 101, as there will be individual market vendors selling their wares in addition to the not-for-profit fundraising component of the event. As per Section 6 of the bylaw, council may authorize the approval and establish conditions for commercial uses. Staff have prepared a draft permit to your report that imposes conditions for the event, including a defined area for the event, the provision of washrooms, waste management, and parking. Food Cheese Society has also requested council waive the commercial use and administrative fees associated with the permit. The commercial use of municipal property is subject to a fee of $200 a day, plus a $50 administrative fee and a $500 refundable damage deposit. Section 8 of the Community Parks Regulation Bylaw states that council may reduce or waive fees for a commercial use. Food Cheese Society holds a license of occupation agreement with the district for the maintenance of the orchard portion of this property, and staff feel that the proposed event aligns with the intent of that license agreement, and as the event promotes local food security, staff support waiving the permit fees. As such, staff recommend that council authorize a commercial parks use permit for the Harvest Festival and Market at the Sun River Allotment Garden and Orchard, 2380 Phillips Road, in accordance with Section 6 of the Community Parks Regulation Bylaw and subject to the conditions outlined in Attachment 1, and that council exempt food chief from the commercial use and administrative fees for the event in accordance with section 8 of the bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Okay, so the recommendation's been read out. You have a question?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Yes, through the chair. Do they charge people to go into the event?
Through the mayor, I don't believe it's there's a charge. No.
Excellent. Okay.
There'll be some aspects that they're raising money for, so I don't know the entrance fee details.
Thank you. I'll move the recommendation.
Moved by Counselor St. Pierre, seconded by Counselor Beddoes. Would you like to speak to it? Okay,
Pearson.
Counselor
Cal Pearson.
Pearson, sorry.
No.
No.
It's clear.
Counselor
No,
Beddoes?
no.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, all in favor then? And that's carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. 9.4, disaster risk reduction and climate adaptation grant local government resolution.
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Rylan Bennett. I'm the Emergency Program Manager here at Sooke. So with this, I'd like council support for the district's grant application for the disaster risk reduction and climate adaptation program that's administered through UBCM from the Community Emergency Preparedness Fund. So the plan with this for the district would be to apply for $150,000 under category 1, which covers risk mapping and risk assessments. The intention with this funding is to conduct a climate adaptation and natural hazard risk assessment for the district of Sooke. This risk assessment will be used for 2 purposes. First is it's key to meet our emergency management obligations under the Emergency Disaster Management Act, and it will be a foundational document for future emergency management initiatives within the district. The intention of this project would be to set aside $120,000 to hire a consultant firm to undertake the risk assessment, and then $30,000 for additional staff and administrative costs. So I would propose that council support the proposed grant application for the disaster risk reduction and climate adaptation grant program for the project climate adaptation and natural hazard risk assessment as presented, and that council confirm that the district will provide overall grant management for this project as required by the DRCA program requirements. Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing this forward as well as identifying the grant and the opportunity that we have here at the district. I have no questions other than the amount that we're seeking. Is that just roughly what we expect it to be, or is that all we're eligible for because of our population?
No, under category 1, that's the maximum grant amount that I intend to seek. And from verbal quotes from consultants, it's roughly in the $100,000 to $120,000 ballpark to conduct a risk assessment for a community of our size.
Okay, I just raised that because I did present on the Emergency and Disaster Management Act, and a real challenge for rural and smaller mid-sized communities is that we are often hindered and receive funding based on our per capita, but our risk is greater in a rural small community than a larger urban center. So sometimes that was just my push to the province to be more mindful of that going forward. So that was why I asked that. But I have no other questions. Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, one question, and I can't find it in the UBCM program and application guide, but I have written down here that a best practice is to have an honoraria for First Nations elders and cultural leaders as subject matter experts. And so in addition, within that 120,000, perhaps you can identify some funding for some Sooke participation in this.
Thank you, and through your worship to Councillor Bateman, through the project plan that would be included in the consultant hiring package, as well as the proposal for this, there are considerations for honorarium in it.
Okay, so the recommendation is that council support the proposed grant application to the Disaster Risk Reduction and Climate Adaptation Grant Program for the project Climate Adaptation and Natural Hazard Risk Assessment as presented, and that council confirm that the district will provide overall grant management for this project as required by the DRRCA program requirements. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor, and that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Oh, I didn't ask you to speak on it, so that's too late. 9.5, Little River Multi-Use Trail Project.
Your worship, members of council, this is a development permit application for a trail connection between Sun River and the rest of town. The subject property, or the area in which the extended trail is proposed, is through 4 lots. The lots 3 and 4 on the map on the right is existing parkland, district parkland, and lot 1 in the red is the school site, and lot 2 is a remainder lot from the Sun River subdivision. So development permit is required because it is within a environmental protection area related to the Little River Multi-Use Trail project. The DP is required to be approved by council as the project is occurring within the riparian area of Demamiel Creek. Council is required to approve the DP. It is not eligible for delegated authority due to its location within lands owned by the district, i.e. parkland, and within a comprehensive development zone, which is the remainder parcel of the Sun River subdivision. So the trail connection is 400 meters long. It's ranges in width from 2.4 meters to 3 meters. There's a 30-meter clear span bridge over Demamiel Creek with view spaces and educational signage of natural and cultural history. There's 60 meters of boardwalk for sensitive ecosystem preservation, and 180 meters of existing trail upgrades, including grading improvements. So the purpose of this development permit is to ensure that an environmental management plan is put in place for the riparian area. The kinds of things that are considered as part of this environmental management plan are listed in this slide here. So things like pre-clearing nesting bird survey, vegetation management, erosion and sediment control requirements. So those are all issues that need to be considered as part of the environmental management plan. This particular trail is considered an important trail and connection. It's a high priority within the Parks and Trail Master Plan. And some of the other authorizations that were received as a result of the referral of this development permit application are Department of Fisheries and Oceans, the Ministry of Water, Lands and Resort Stewardship. One of the parcels is within the agricultural land reserve, so we needed a transportation and utility use permit over 2 of the affected parcels, including the school site. It's a geotechnical investigation, recommendations, and archaeological assessment. So there are a number of conditions that related to the development permit that were associated with the environmental management plan report. And those are attached as part of the development permit that will be issued. The manager of parks, Emma Taylor, is here to answer questions as well. I believe on a Zoom call is the consultant who is with It's Ian McKinnon from ISL Engineering. So if you have any questions, you can either ask me or we have Emma Taylor and Ian McKinnon online.
Thank you. Councillor St. Pierre.
I have a couple of questions through your worship to staff. Where does this put us in terms of the process? Does this then, has it already been completely designed and engineered? Yes, okay. Does it go out for tender at that point for someone to build it, or is that also already determined? Through your worship to staff.
Through the mayor. So in terms of where we're at in the process for approvals, the development permit has been, I would say, a while in the making. First, we needed the Agricultural Land Commission's approval for land use. That's allowed us to register the statutory right-of-ways over the lands that we don't own or the district does not own. And a lot of the design work has been completed. It has not been finalized, but that's been submitted as part of this development permit application. That'll feed into a building permit for the bridge and the boardwalk structures. Excuse me. And then those designs will be finalized to go out for tender in the very near future here. That will be brought back to council due to the value of the award with a recommendation later this fall.
Okay, then the big question, what kind of guesstimate timeline would we be looking at for possible walking across?
Through the mayor, the timeline is being refined, but we are bound to two different grant funding pockets, and the federal grant requires that the project be substantially complete in fall 2025. There may be a slight extension because of the fish window, which we have to meet, which is say August to mid-September of 2025, and that's when the bridge work will be done. So if we award the contract by the end of 2024, we're on track to do some vegetation removal early in the new year, construct the trail and the approaches to the bridge area, and the bridge install will be the last item.
Councillor Pearson.
Yes, it seems like a long time in the making, this project. Did we get a copy of the DFO letter of advice? I know it wasn't in the package tonight. What was their recommendation? Was it fish window? Because it said that the DFO issued a letter of advice on March 27th this year. I don't know what I don't recall getting that letter of advice, and maybe we did, but.
I'll see if there is a connection with our consultant Ian online to speak to that.
Okay, it's not critical to me. It was listed as they gave us a letter of advice, and I was just kind of curious to what did it say, and was it around the fish window or was it around the stream itself? I just kind of.
But I don't know if there's technical issues. But,
good evening.
So DFO's.
Oh,
is that working? Okay, yeah, good evening. My name is Ian McKinnon. I'm with ISL Engineering. So we're the prime consultant on the Little River multi-use pathway and trail project. So here to support by answering any technical questions. Regarding DFO's letter of advice, that can certainly be passed along. The actual approval authority here is the Ministry of Lands, Natural Resources, and not DFO, but DFO is often, is a salmon-bearing stream. DFO, we do reach out to as part of the design process in case they do have any issues. And in this case, there are no issues stated. So it's titled the letter of advice. However, it doesn't necessarily come with advice as to design considerations. That's just the title of their response.
And thank you for that, Mr. McKinnon, through the chair to you. What we heard somewhere in the history was around lighting. At nighttime, that predators could take advantage of small fry in the stream. And I was just wondering if that's where it would have landed with DFO.
Yeah, and sorry, I can't speak to it. It was a while ago now, so I can't recall any specific requirements or advice from DFO.
Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify, their letter, DFO's letter starts on page 159 of your package.
I didn't get
So
that far.
it's indeed a letter, 4 pages long.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, through you to Mr. McKenna, it was exciting for me to learn that your company had done the Kinsole Trestle. And I was thinking, okay, that's a bit of a claim to fame that you're downsizing to handle our small but mighty bridge. Now, this bridge is going to be a clear span bridge. Tell me what that means. And I know I can read it here, but for the benefit of those listening.
Yes, so a clear span bridge is essentially a bridge with the abutments that are outside the wetted perimeter of the water course. If you have, so it's a single span bridge is another way to put it. So this minimizes impacts to the environment as well as restricting any flow in the stream itself. So reducing flood risks due to blockages.
Okay. And when standing on that bridge, I think there'll be some signage and educational pieces, Ms. Taylor?
Through the mayor, that's the idea, that we would complete the project with an installation of interpretive signage. And we've already reached out to Sooke Nation members to input on that content.
Excellent. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. McKinnon online, and Ms. Taylor for the report and for all the work that you've done. It sort of shows there's a significant amount of permitting that was required to clear this area. Speaks to the amazing terrain in the place where we live. So it's and just putting the grant together, it's, you know, I just like to acknowledge and thank all of staff and council for remaining committed to seeing this project through to completion. We did the other side of Sooke first, namely the Stickleback Trail, and creating a safe egress all the way from Broomhill Park or the Fishy Park through John Phillips all the way to the schools. Significant uptake by school children to use those schools as well as others to commute in and around school. And now we can actually clear it across. This is a really big deal for school children wanting to meet up with friends, particularly middle school students who want a bit more independence. So imagine that a child living all the way on French Road can access and visit a friend all the way over at the Sport Box at the river. The only two major roads they would cross at a safe cross mark would be Church Road, Otter Point Road, and then Sun River Way, avoiding the highway, avoiding everything else, and then on a dedicated trail corridor. When we looked at the timing to get a student from Sun River all the way to Journey Middle School, it's an 8-kilometer round trip, 8K trip, 2.4 of a kilometer. So for those that are looking to walk safely, save on the school bus fees, this will actually get you there faster than taking that bus and leave more money in another way. So it's just a great option. I'm really glad to see it here. So we have that recommendation in front of us. Hasn't been read out yet. So that is that council authorize the issuance of development permit PLN 01856 for the construction of a multi-use trail and bridge on the lands legally described as Lot A, Section 27, Sooke District Plan VIP 39338, 6526 Throop Road. Remainder Lot A, Section 32, Sooke District Plan VIP 77727, Park Section 27, Sooke District Plan VIP 8 3675 and Parks, Section 28, Sooke District Plan VIP 76309 in accordance with the recommendations contained within the Environmental Management Plan prepared by ISL Engineering and Land Services dated May 2024. Moved by St. Pierre, seconded by Bateman. Speak to it, St. Pierre.
Yes, I would like to speak to it very briefly. I'm actually curious as to what the relative impacts on traffic are going to be between doing this project and completing charters. Because both for schools, it's interesting. The approach that's being actually used to reduce the traffic on Route 14, we have to realize is actually coming from a lot of different directions. So there's good work happening, incredible work happening with our trail system in order to take some of that load in terms of things like active transportation. And I'm glad to see this happening.
Councillor Bateman.
Well said.
Okay, anything from anyone else? The other, go ahead, Councillor Beddoes.
I just like that the comment Council St. Pierre about it will take more cars off the road because the parents will not be driving their kids to school going on to Highway 14 then off 14 because it starts to back up at around the 3 o'clock time. So this is a step in the right direction. It's very, very well done. Thanks.
Traffic, yes, and the other part is connecting generations of all ages in a safe way. It's accessible trail. It's not accessible right now with the wild places of Sooke. Right now it's very steep to get down there. You can see salmon coming upstream in this as well as many other wild creatures. There were concerns over the years about pushing children through a wildlife corridor. They're already in there though, on all over the place. So this is a safe access and it provides us for education on how to be safe and how to coexist with all the other creatures that consider this place home. But I'll be mindful of the environment and so forth. There was a comment once that children would throw litter off the bridge. I would argue they don't do that. In the letters I get, they're quite actually appalled by the litter that they see around and want to know who put it there. So this is the younger generation reminding everyone else to be a good elder and not litter because they don't seem to be doing it. There's also an opportunity to really showcase the land that has been home for the Sauk Nation and the connections that we make to the land and connecting us to these wild spaces and to be respectful and safe and to consider all those that have come before. So it's a very exciting project. Gratitude for the federal government for actually stepping up and funding this project that prompted the province to come on board as well. And some strengthening community funds as well to top it up to see it over the line. So we have a deadline and let's get to it. Thank you for all the work, including that of Sooke District, Sooke School District for working with us to find a safe right away. And it's exciting for the teachers because of the outdoor opportunities they can do for at Foyer, Journey, and even Sooke Elementary. So thank you very much. Okay, call the question. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Ms. Taylor. Okay. Bylaws. Here in front of us today, 10.1 is bylaw number 892. 792-03, permissive tax exemption amendment bylaw. Over to staff, please.
Thanks, Your Worship and Council. My report today presents the permissive tax exemptions for the 2025 property taxation year. The bylaw before you today includes the following changes compared to the 2024 listing. We've added Cola Housing property located at 2075 Drennan Street. In addition, there's a few changes just to clean up the bylaw and remove properties which have changed ownership in the last year or two. This includes the removal of Macola Housing Society and the Society of St. Vincent de Paul located at 6750 West Coast Road, as they are no longer the registered owners for the property. In 2021, the ownership of the property changed to Provincial Rental Housing Corp, and these exemptions are no longer required. That we receive a grant in lieu of taxes under a different exemption, and the property is statutorily exempt now. In addition, we're requesting the removal of 13 properties from 2170 Charters Road. This is just Macola Housing properties. We had exempted 75 properties for 2024. And these ownership had changed over to the provincial rental housing corp as well. So it's kind of redundant to keep them exempted on the bylaw. The estimated impact for the decision to include McCullough Housing property, the new one at 2075 Jordan Road, is approximately 95,000 general municipal taxes, and 216,000 total taxes would be for the 2025 tax year if we proceed with the bylaw as it presented. The overall estimated impact for the complete bylaw, the estimated tax impact for the 2024 bylaw this year was 160,000 of general municipal taxes that were exempted. The estimated impact for 2025, as the bylaw is presented, would be 274,000 of general municipal taxes exempted. And the overall impact, just for comparison, for total taxes in 2024 was 706,000. And the total estimated impact would be roughly just under 800,000 for 2025. Just one final thing to mention is that 2025 is the final year of the 5-year term for all permissive exempt properties for the district. Staff are planning to bring forward the policy to council over the winter, perhaps through a committee of the whole or a workshop to refresh the policy and seek direction on how to apply the permissive exemptions for the next term. The application process for the next term will begin in the late spring of 2025. Thanks, and happy to answer any further questions.
Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Curry. So in the recommendations with the options, the first option, the one on the screen, gives everyone the permissive tax exemption.
That's correct.
Okay. And then given the change that you mentioned where some go into the provincial category, we actually get money from the province now when we didn't before?
That's correct. So when the ownership changes back to the Provincial Housing Corporation, we receive a grant in lieu of taxes. So they have uniquely subdivided the Charters Road property by 75 units. So some may change ownership. That's kind of what happened with the Hope Center as well on West Coast Road. There it was at one point McCullough Housing and was provided an exemption, and now has reverted back to BC Housing, and we now receive a grant in lieu of taxes for the equivalent of taxes for that property.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Okay, any questions? Go ahead, Councillor St. Pierre.
It sounds like we'll be revisiting the exemption policy this winter, you were saying. Are we looking at different levels of exemptions? I know that up until now, we've been more or less doing 100% exemptions, or more not offering them at all. And are we going to have a rationale in terms of, and if we do, will staff be able to provide clear rationales as to how that works?
Through the chair to Councillor St. Pierre, yes, absolutely. We'd like to propose some options for considering partial exemptions and some comparisons that what some other communities are doing as well. And perhaps we had discussed some ideas of depending on, say, for supportive housing, depending on the market rates that are provided. So if you provided less of a exemption, if they're closer to market rates versus if they're half of market rates, and so on.
So some kind of formula or clear rationale for determining what level of exemption would be possible.
Yes, exactly. We would like to propose some ideas like that.
Okay, perfect. I'll wait for the comment section.
Go ahead, Councillor Pearson.
Other St. Pearson. Okay, so, and following on Councillor St. Pierre's question through the chair to you, do we have a mechanism for breaking out market rent out of those buildings? Because there's a portion that's market, there's a portion that's subsidized, and then there's the shelter rate, right, kind of thing.
Now, through the chair to Councillor Pearson, we don't have a measure for that. Or do we have really I guess it's not our authority to check. Aside from asking them to confirm for this process for the application if they're providing below market rent, and we accept their answer as what was stated in the questions and answers I'd provided.
Yeah, and again, we would be I guess through the chair to you again, we would be trusting their bookkeeping, because I mean, they have to keep track of what they're doing somewhere along there. And that would be helpful for us, I think, or me personally, in making those decisions, and maybe some of your recommendations could be born out of that. Like we'll be looking at percentage as opposed to 100% exemption, right? That's kind of where I think we were all looking to go last year.
Absolutely. I think we could request or for further information as part of the process or for the new application process. If the criteria is written in the next policy or in the updated policy. I know that the properties for Macola both have covenants on the titles for the capital funding they received that does require them to adhere to below market housing. And that is written through other levels of government. So they're only operating and able to exist based on achieving those. So I'm hoping that other governments are measuring that in their wheelhouse and not necessarily in ours for this.
Counselor Beddoes?
Yeah, through your worship, the staff is, I heard a couple of figures there. What is, if they get the exemption, what would their tax bill be if they didn't have the exemption again? Because they kicked out two figures there, 95 and 215. Could you explain that a bit better for me? Because I'm a little confused.
Yeah, absolutely. So this 95,000 is the amount of municipal general taxes that's directly to us. The 216 is overall taxes. So that includes library, regional districts, school taxes, regional hospital district. So for example, the school districts are taxes are 55,000.
The only one we can waive is the 95.
No, this is waiving the complete amount. So this provides the exemption for all.
Thank you. I'm glad I asked the question now. So we're looking at $216,000, right?
That's correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Sorry, Counselor Bateman?
Yeah, so the bylaw is written, that's for 1 year exemption for Macola at Drennan.
That's
Then
right.
We would look at it again next year with a full.
So we're at the end of the term from 2020 to 2025.
Right.
So the last application, the big application intake was on a 5-year term. So anyone who's had been added since has only been added for the remainder of the 5 years. So then now we have a chance to like rewrite or review the policy and do the application process over next year for the 2026 taxation year.
And just to reiterate Councillor St. Pierre's questions, this review next year will look at a range of percentages based on, if I'm looking, I think Terrace and Gibson's both recently have reviewed their permissive tax policies, and they look at what the applicant is delivering to the community.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I think we can update the policy per council direction on how you would like to see it and look at those options from other municipalities, and especially with any that have recently updated it, their policies to include supportive housing and how they're addressing that criteria for supportive housing based on market value.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the recommendation is that council give first, second, and third reading to permissive tax exemption amendment bylaw number 917792-04 2024 is presented.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Pearson and seconded by me. I will second that as state. I have the right to do so. And go ahead, Councillor Pearson.
Yes, given the newness of both those projects in our community, and they are providing a service, they've piggybacked onto our permissive tax exemption that is in place for 5 years. With it being rewritten again next year, my logic is that include them in there, but do a full examination of all of them there. There was a significant investment in our community for affordable housing. And I think it's our duty to grant this permissive tax exemption at this stage. I'm not saying it's ongoing. So thank you.
Thank you. As a seconder, I am in support of this for reasons outlined by Councillor Pearson, and also because we desperately need attainable housing in our community. We are only seeing it come forward when we see collaboration like this. And it's been impossible for the district to provide this type of housing. There may be some small units here or there, but this is for families. And it's accessible to transit, schools, and everything else. So until we actually have a robust, I tend to, I suppose, if you would look at my previous track record on permissive tax exemption, I tend to grant them to many not-for-profits and others doing good work in our community. But now we have a fulsome, we will have a fulsome discussion about a policy going forward. So at that time, we'll discuss it further. But for now, I'm content leaving this in here. Councillor St. Pierre, then Meadows.
At this time, given that we're going to be reviewing the policy, I will support. But as previously, I have significant issues. I agree with it for all the reasons that Councillor Pearson and Mayor Tate has put forward, but I do think that we need immense amounts of affordable housing in our community. And if we don't actually get any tax revenues, we can't provide services, we can't fix roads, we won't have libraries, we simply can't actually pay for the services that the people living in those buildings are going to need. So this is not a situation that's going to be able to continue. I would appreciate that the wonderful providers of these services be on notice that we can't actually afford to keep on doing it at this level forever, and that following the review, we'll see what happens. But unless we have other fiscal tools from the province, property tax are pretty much it. That's how we can actually pay our bills. And if we don't actually get this money, then we're looking at, I think it's several % increase in taxes for everyone across Sooke for just these two buildings. We can't just keep doing this. So I will move this forward because we need the affordable housing, we need the supportive housing. We'll do our part, but we can't just keep doing this.
Councillor Meadows.
Yeah, I won't be supporting this. I worry about the other people in our community that are having a hard time making their mortgages, having a hard time putting food on the table. And then we have this group, and I understand the need, but there's also other needs in the community. And it'll be that those taxpayers will have to foot the bill. $216,000 is a lot of money. Unfortunately, the people living in Drennan will still need the police services, the fire services, to use our roads, our parks, Sea Park and library. And asking the other citizens that are really inundated with higher taxes and the cost of food, I think is grossly unfair to them. So I like the idea that we're going to be looking at this. I think if I had druthers, I might do a reduction. But right now, with the people that I know that are hurting, and I see that, I volunteer for the food bank. There's some people that have a house and a mortgage, and they don't have enough money for food. And here we are, putting more expenses on them. So when I look at the reduced rents, and this is from Macola, and increased staffing. Well, staffing is a BC Housing. That's their responsibility. Increasing amenities. It's nice. I like the idea of what's going on, but we all have to pay our share of taxes and to make this community go around. And it's not cheap. $216,000. What is that into a tax increase? That could be 2%. So no, I'm not in favor of this, and I will be voting against it.
Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, so I'll be voting in favor. I agree with Councillor Pearson's comments and St. Pierre and your own. And just looking at the changing nature of these permissive tax exemptions. So as I said, Terrace and Gibson's have both taken a very aggressive approach. And in Terrace, they've decided that nonprofit groups and places of public worship should start paying municipal property taxes under a 4-year phase-in policy. So there's some examples of how we can go. Gibson's, its council, as I said, sat down and looked at each one and measured their contributions. Now, our OCP, both the existing one and the one in progress, does very strongly recommend that we support nonprofit housing. The BC Nonprofit Housing Association's Municipal Affordable Housing Toolkit talks about permissive tax exemption as one, or property tax exemption. DCC waivers, land contributions, streamlining approval processes, and several other options. So as Councillor St. Pierre said, we definitely need more housing of the truly affordable kind. And just looking at the exemptions, most of them are quite small, relatively small. You're looking at $6,800 for the park, Artmore's Park, for example. They're all quite low. The danger in setting a precedent with rejecting this application. Yeah, so we've got Knox Vision Society coming in at $64,000 in exemptions this year, and it is a comparable project. So if we're going to do something, we need equity, and I think next year would be the time to develop that process. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments. And the one piece that I'll share is I find it highly unfair that local government is stuck making these difficult decisions and pushing it back onto non-for-profits that are largely volunteer-based. My challenge in saying that, and why I'm raising that, is because the province needs to develop new tools. And I will point to them because our legislation comes from them. As we know, we are creatures of the province, and we are continually doing more and more with less. The property tax framework itself was developed under the reign of Queen Victoria. Queen Victoria. That just shows how ancient it is. And it's the funding tool that we are using today with all the modern pressures of today. And climate change, as we heard earlier, parks and trails, developments, helping people get into houses and to live in houses. And this is this ancient framework that we're stuck dealing with. So given that the writ has dropped, fair game, it's a good time to ask the parties and the candidates how they are going to support local governments going forward and what funding tools they're going to do. The work is laid out in several UBCM policy platforms. It doesn't need to be revisited. And let's ask them. And I intend to, and I dare anyone to knock on my door. On that note, I will call the question. All those in favor, please. And that's carried unanimously. Oh, sorry. Councillor Beddoes is opposed. She would have verbalized if she was in favor or in either way. So yes, she is in favor.
Yeah, if I'm in disagreement, I'll let it be known.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor McMath. Okay. Moving on to 10.2, Development Cost Charges Amendment Bylaw, here for adoption. The council adopt Development Cost Charges Amendment Bylaw 909-775-01 2024. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Beddoes. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Code of Conduct Bylaw. So we have provided. We've been through this committee of the whole and so forth. So here tonight, is there a staff presentation or can we just go through this? Because we've gone through it a few times.
Thank you. Council may just move forward to deliberations as we're at the adoption stage, but I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Okay, so we do need this whole piece written out, not just adoption. That's why.
Absolutely. And I
Okay.
included it in the recommendation at every stage of this process, certainly just to remind council of the legislative requirements to consider these core principles upon adoption of this bylaw.
Okay, thank you. So that council consider the following principles for codes of conduct in accordance with the principles for codes of conduct regulation BC, REG 136-2022. A, council members must carry out their duties with integrity. B, council members are accountable for the decisions that they make and the actions that they take in the course of their duties. C, council members must be respectful of others. D, council members must demonstrate leadership and collaboration. And that council adopt Council Code of Conduct Bylaw number 889-2024. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Any comments, Councillor St. Pierre?
Just thank you to staff. Good work. I know that when I first looked at this, I had some reticence and everything was so very clearly laid out that that was put to rest pretty quickly. So thanks.
Councillor Pearson?
No, it seems a shame that we have to spell this out, but it's the way of the world and about time. Thank you. Good work by our staff.
Anything from anyone else? Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, I'll just note that I think it's now over 50% of local governments have adopted codes of conduct to date. And great that we're doing ours now. It speaks very clearly: integrity, respect, accountability, general conduct. And then there's a great series of complaint procedures that give all parties the option to have a fair process. And I think one of the best things I saw from one local government was that at the time of the oath of office, you sign the code of conduct. And that, I suppose, will be something we might do in the future. I won't, but others around this table.
And I think the other place where it would be introduced is when our staff hosts new potential candidate training. It would be provided then about what would be expected when you run and actually take your oath. Okay, anything from anyone else? Call the question. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. At this point, I would like to request a 10-minute recess. It's currently 8:44, so 8:44 or probably 45. We will reconvene at 8:55 in item 11, which would take us back to item 5.1. So in 10 minutes, that's where we'll be. Okay, thank you. 8:55. Okay, everyone, if I could ask you to make your way back to your seats, please. Namely, Counselor Pearson. All good. Okay, thank you, everyone. So we were at item 11, and this is where I had requested that 5.1 be brought forward for reconsideration. During the recess, I have a question for staff. The member of the public advised me that they are here tonight with the intention to speak. They had received a letter, and in the letter, it said that the meeting would commence at 7 o'clock. And we started at 6 o'clock. And of course, the public input section had already closed. So would it be, and then I had mentioned to Mrs. Lures, well, we're not having public commentary later. But given this new information and the timing, I'm just looking for some advice because I feel it would be appropriate to allow the members that attended to speak.
Thank you for clarity. We're talking about the statutory opportunity and not the public input opportunity. What I would suggest in this instance is that council simply amend the agenda to allow for the statutory opportunity as well too. That's a weird way of saying that, but we can certainly allow that if council's will. I would just perhaps suggest a motion to that effect, just opening the statutory opportunity given the unique circumstances that you have relayed, Mayor Tate, and in relation to the other resident, they did have an opportunity to speak to this item at the original statutory opportunity. So I don't think that would be an unfair balance of opportunity to speak to this item to allow for the statutory opportunity at this time as well.
Okay, and the member of the public did indicate that they brought the letter as evidence. I didn't personally see it. However, given that they had indicated that they brought the letter, then it would seem reasonable. Okay, so council, I will request in regards to 5.1 that due to the unique circumstances, that members of the public be allowed to speak on the statutory hearing for 5.1. Okay, moved by Councillor Beddoes, seconded by Councillor Bateman. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? That's carried unanimously. Okay, so for those that received the letter with intention to speak, could you please come forward and introduce yourself? You'll just need to turn on the microphone, and we just need your no, right on the stem. There you go. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
And we just require your name for the record.
Okay, my name is Keith Petchy, P-E-T-S-C-H-E. I'll just be 2 seconds here. I live at 5390 Basin View Heights, right across the road from Theo Hatley and Jasmine Keys. They've also been my neighbors when they lived in Basin View Heights for the first few years before they actually sold and got this opportunity to split the land with Jasmine's dad. Anyways, I am fully supportive as a neighbor for what they're trying to achieve here. And I don't think it's fair that because where we live, and I've lived there for 14 years, we pay enough taxes where we live, and we live in a rural area, but we all have acreage. And I know for a fact that nobody pays under $5,000-6,000. Some of us are over $7,000 for property taxes. We have nothing up there but city water. Our roads are very narrow. They're dangerous. You'll never get sidewalks up there just because of just the way the lay of the land. We'll never see that, and that's fine. We have horses go up and down. It's rural, and that's the way we like it. However, I think that if someone wants to subdivide a property and they're not making apartment buildings and such, and they want to stay there and they want to give some opportunity to family or friends, I don't think that they should be denied that. And I don't think it's fair that they have to pay so much money in the development schemes as I know they paid. I've built my own house 14 years ago, and I'm quite aware of all these charges that come up just before you can put the first chunk of cement down on the ground. We'll never see any of those improvements where we live. I'll be there for another at least 20 years. I'm in my 60s now. It'll never happen. I just don't think it's fair that all this money that you're going to take from that neighborhood, and I don't think this will be the last time that you'll see other neighbors wanting to do the same thing for a family. I don't think it's fair that all that money goes into the core for trails and up, yet we don't see any of that there. and we're 6 kilometers away from downtown. So that's the reason why I came forward tonight, is because I'm quite aware of what they're wanting to do. And I'm kind of shocked that of the costs for the developments for road improvements. It'd be okay if it was coming into our neighborhood, but it isn't. And I don't think it ever will be, because we are rural and that's the way it should stay. That's about all I got to say.
Thank you very
Okay.
much, Mr.
Thank you.
Pesci, for coming forward tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
For the other folks that joined us tonight, was it about the same item? And would you like to speak on this item? Is that why you're here? Okay, okay, thank you. I just wanted to double check. Okay. Yes. Yeah. You'll just need to reintroduce yourself for the record.
Yeah, so my name's Theo Haley. I own the property 2102 AM Road. And to my understanding, we came here tonight to seek a variance for the frontage improvements. And it seemed like it got turned into us getting a good deal for the cash in lieu. I think it was fairly black and white. It was a variance for the frontage improvements, not was our cash in lieu a good deal for us. And secondly, I'm not sure what has happened with the councillors as much over the last year, where 2109 Mowich was granted unanimously with all the councillors that they didn't have to do frontage improvements. So I don't think that that's equitable, being a citizen of the community and reading this code of conduct for councillors, that 1 year later, like, you know, and through your worship, I would actually like to ask this question to the councillors, like, what changes through 1 year that one person can seek and obtain a variance, and then 1 year later in a neighborhood that's no more rural, not much of a different circumstance at all, then that person isn't allowed to obtain a variance for the same situation. So to me, that just seemed puzzling. And you know, maybe to some of you, you know, who were for the variance, it may seem puzzling too as well. But you know, and as I mentioned before in the presentation, there was multiple unanimous variances approved, and then we come and and then all of a sudden it's a split decision, and to me it didn't seem fair and equitable as a citizen here of the community. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haley. Okay, so we have, or I've asked that this come back as chair to do so, given the split vote, what that means, and just that the applicant had brought forward what I felt was new information and a bit more clarity on the letter that was provided back in August of 2023, and versus where we are today with this, and also an adjacent neighbor having the opportunity to speak as well. So my mind on this is unchanged. I still support where we landed on the second resolution. And given some time is in tonight's meeting is passed, I don't know when the opportunity to have an uneven number of council members would be at this state, just given current circumstances. And I also don't want to guess who's going to be in the room and try to, because we publish meeting notices in advance, and to try to determine, oh, this person is going to be absent. So it's just not a way of doing business. The matters must flow as they are. So in part, this is going to be on those who voted against the second motion. It's sort of on you. Have you heard something now that would make you view this in a different way? Councillor St. Pierre.
No, I have not. If anything, especially the comments from the public confirm for me that by continuing to allow these variances without a proper rationale that's understandable by the public or even by ourselves, we are simply paving the road to not actually having any sidewalks or any means of actually collecting the money for road improvements. I was told during one of these variances by one of the other councillors, there's no such thing as an exception. There's no precedent, no precedent. My goodness, we've had at least 3 members of the public come forward and say there's a precedent. And one councillor tonight say there's a precedent. As soon as we start actually doing this all the time, and by the way, I think part of my own reason for being so frustrated with this, and not with you, by the way, with the whole situation, is that we're in a place where this is only a single lot. And it's for a small family in a very rural area. But we've been doing this all the time. We can't keep doing this. I don't think this council at this point understands why development should pay for development. Or that we're just giving up on amenities, sidewalks, or the future of the community and putting the weight of everything on future taxpayers. I would love to be able to say yes here because it makes sense. But I don't think we can. And I'm not going to move on this because this is just not going to work for the community as a whole. For the future generations that need sidewalks, amenities, and streetlights, and all that stuff. We won't have the tools. We won't have the means. That's all there is to it. Every one of these is a precedent. We keep on doing it. Now, I would love to be able to come back, maybe by requesting more information from staff. What would the consequence of a smaller scale, a single lot subdivision be long-term? Maybe we can afford it. I'd love to know we can afford it. I'd love to say yes tonight. But right now, we're in a situation where we won't be able to afford anything. And that's not something that we can do. And we have people that bought a property 30 years ago. They're in a better situation than many. I would like them to be able to have lower costs. I would. But that doesn't translate into actually increasing the cost for everyone else, unless we can find a good way to do it. I'm sorry, it's kind of nonsense. I feel like a Grinch. And I feel pretty hateful, gotta admit. But I don't think it's clear, for example, what's the rationale for this 63K? It's been brought forward. You're not going to be able to do the things that the TMP say. That seems pretty clear. Everyone or many seem to agree. And we have a good rationale, or I thought our Mr. Carter brought forward what it would be used for. I'd like that laid out. I'd like to see a map of what are the long-term consequences of saying yes and of saying no. I'd like to know, for everyone's benefit, why does development pay for development, and when does it happen? When it's just a tiny little lot subdivision? Does that make a difference? Maybe that doesn't make the difference. Maybe we change our policies and this is just okay. And then it never comes back to us this way. I'd love that. So does the scale of the project affect whether or not development should pay for development? I'd love to know. Are there models of variances by other communities that have been used for this sort of thing that actually work and don't cause this kind of precedent that seems to be attacking us and disintegrate our ability to do this? I'd love to know. But until we know some of this stuff, I don't know how we can really move forward with this. By saying yes tonight, maybe it's okay, but maybe it's just not. Anyway, that's all I got to say. Sorry.
Well, that was the sort of just to open it, but go ahead. Yeah, Councillor Beddoes and then Councillor McMath would like to speak.
Yeah, I haven't changed my mind. I understand the costs, but each variance is under its own merits. And tell you the truth, if I'd known what I know now, some of those past variances I would have opposed, because some of those we're talking of many thousands of dollars more for street amenities that didn't make sense. Well, here we came for a nice compromise and said, okay, $63,000 for a trail in the future. And I hear from staff that a trail is possible up there. That's what I hear from staff. That's what I have to go by. So I think the $63,000 certainly is a lot, but it's not what we were demanding in some of those other variances. We were demanding the full street lights and sidewalks and stuff like that. If I'd known then that we could have gone back to those people that are subdividing and said, can you pay this amount of money for a trail, I would have gone that route. So here we are that I'm learning from this process as well. So no, I will not change my vote.
Councillor McMath?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My question would be then to Councillor St. Pierre, why did you approve previous ones? But this is the one that you're going to end on, this is the one where you're against it. And I keep hearing this comment that's I find a bit frustrating, where it's the line is said as trust staff. So what that infers is that should I disagree with a recommendation, that infers that I don't trust staff, which is not the case. And should you wish to give all of your decision-making just to staff, why did you run for municipal politics? So the purpose and the function of this group is to set direction through the voice of the community, and staff is that technical piece to going that direction. We will not always align, and that's okay. That's part of a natural discourse. And part of the tough piece of being in this seat is that there are decisions like tonight where you can have two thoughts of mind, and there are tough decisions. That's hard. That is part of this job. But what I referenced before and what the community member touched on again was that when I say precedent setting, what I mean for that is that when you have a similar property in a similar situation in a rural area, and we've just approved a variance previously, how could you possibly say no this evening? Like, I haven't heard a clear explanation as to why this evening is different from other evenings. And in reference to Councillor Beto's comment about he heard from staff that there's a trail that could be built there, I'm assuming that's from a previous variance request that we had. And if you recall, that trail was potentially a road that went directly into a riparian area that was not used. Not only that, you had a paired letter with that said from the CRD that it's not required. It is extremely unnecessary. And in fact, they're confused as to why it's come forward. So some of these examples, they don't make sense to me.
There's just a delay. Councillor McMath,
Yeah.
just wait, there's a delay for Councillor McMath. Councillor Betos has just called a point of order, so I have to stop the proceedings.
Sure.
Lies into the microphone, your point of order, please.
I wasn't referring to that riparian area. There's been 4 or 5 variances that have come through, and they're all on their own merits.
Okay,
and
so
I resent somebody picking off about something which was
you can follow up on that after, but I don't understand what the point of order is.
Point of order is more, do you feel you've been misquoted?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, we just adopted a code of conduct, so Councillor McMath, please continue.
Sorry, someone was speaking previously and I couldn't hear them. Their mic wasn't on.
That was Councillor St. Pierre, who also requested a point of order because he felt he was misquoted. Want to continue on with the proceedings, so I'll turn back to you.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm finished for now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McMath. Other speakers? Councillor Bateman.
Sure. So I'm always down the middle with these things, and I can feel myself wobbling in both directions. I think your points about case by case make up. You know what, I hunger for information and veritude, and what I need to do is go back and look at those earlier precedent-setting decisions that we've made over the last year. I do feel that sense of I certainly don't want to be a hypocrite. So I personally would like to see this deferred to our next meeting, or tabled, or whatever the term is, so that we can all ground ourselves in all that we've heard tonight, look back at those earlier decisions, recognize the fact that the subdivision bylaw 404 will be coming to us with this new gateway residential components. Take another drive up there to look around. I don't know where the entrance to AM Park is. I just feel we're in a stalemate at this tonight, and I think it would be good to return to this 2 weeks from now.
Counselor Pearson?
Okay, we find ourselves in the unfortunate situation. Not yet. Oh, okay. We find ourselves in the unfortunate situation in a tie. I haven't heard from you whether you're prepared to change your mind or not, one way or the other. There is no precedent set. The local government can't fetter our rights. The Local Government Act, we can make any decision on any given night that we wish. That's our purview as councillors. There is no precedent. It may feel like there's precedent, and we even heard that somebody feels that there's been past precedent. There is no precedent. We vote on each issue on its merit on that night. I think we get paid. We got elected, I should say paid. We got elected to make decisions. Some of those decisions are going to be favorable. Some of them are going to be unfavorable. And we have an obligation, I think, at the conclusion of a meeting of time frame, public has an expectation that they bring their issues to us and we make a decision in a timely manner. I think 13 months have passed. I think that applicants deserve an answer. The worst thing we can do, or the best thing we do is make the right decision. Worst thing we can do is, or no, the second best thing is make the wrong decision. And the worst thing we do is make no decision. And that's where we're at right now. So I think it's incumbent upon us to have a vote, call the question and give clarity to the applicants, even if there's lack of clarity. I don't know what else to say. There is no precedent. Remember that in local government, there is no precedent. We can do what we want on any given night. There's bad governance, which I hear what you're talking about, but there is no precedent.
Counselor Beddoes?
Even if we tied tonight, we would have to come back and deal with this somewhere along the line. Is that correct? And I have Counselor Bateman asking for more information. Would that not be unreasonable? I mean, I hear Counselor Pearson and I respect what he's saying. But sometimes if a counselor feels they need more information to base his decision, would that not be a fair way? I understand it's not always the best for the applicant, but I mean, for 13 months and another 2 weeks, because if we just keep going this stalemate 3-3, then nothing's going to happen. So I'd much rather have a second thought or and come back at that and see where we are, because I've had many a council meeting where Councillor Bateman has made me change my mind with what he said. Not often, but anyways. So I mean, I heard your request for more information, and I'd like us to do that.
Okay, so I want to speak first. So in part, I believe every application is a case by case. Yes, in some cases we've made this decision, and I even alluded to myself when I referenced my voting record on permissive tax exemptions. That, well, I've always done that, so it should be in no surprise. It seems like it's precedent setting. Different issue, because we're also rolling forward to developing a whole policy around that particular item and what that would look like going forward, and also that there may be a shift in provincial funding. I don't know. We'll see what happens when new government forms. But on land use developments in the 16 years that I've sat here, its decisions are made on materials and information provided by our staff, by what comes forward by the public, by our own internal research, by the dialogue and discussions around the table, and we make a decision. And that is how I've approached every single land use decision here, because I recognize that every parcel in Sooke is uniquely special and different unto its own. So there's policies that overarch everything. And in some cases, we have delegated some matters to staff. And when those items, if there's a contrary, things might come. or in this case, it comes down to a council decision. And in this case, it's looking at the unique characteristics of the land. To Councillor St. Pierre's point about how I don't want development to pay for itself, well, yes, I do. Certainly I do. That's why I've supported the 100% increase to development cost charges, to hiking every single tax item that we can within reason, demanding that developers do frontage agreements and the like, where there is sense, because in places like Rhodonite, there is absolutely nothing, and it is in the heart of a highly trafficked area. And more development and infill coming in there on a very dated streetscape. In this particular case, it's a rural area of which there is no growth desired for this area. Why you cannot find a road into the park is because there is none. And if we were going to consider just giving the complexities of getting infrastructure into parks, of which we had just passed with the crossing of Little River and how difficult it is. This is also a sensitive ecosystem. I would likely argue, let's partner with the CRD, and Harborview is the access point into that C2C greenbelt. And not to punch any other road through, given the terrain, complexity, expense, and everything. And it's not that far to travel from this area up to Harborview into the C2C, as everyone is enjoying it in that way right now. In the event that I call the question on this, and I see Councillor McMath, and I'll come to you in a moment, if we're in a tie position again, then it gives staff nothing and it gives the applicant nothing. They're just stuck in that particular case. But I just look at this application, the time that has passed. I don't know them. I've never talked to them. All I know is what I've heard here today. But I do know the challenges that young people face in getting into the market. I do know the challenges that younger people face in terms of accessing childcare and any sort of standby. I do know how expensive it is to get into a house in our community right now and what you must need to do that. So given that family, and not all family is willing to share and live together, but when family actually does do that, it provides really good options. Whether it's childcare, safety, family, all of that. And I do know that our elders do better when they are together with family. That is what has been provided. Now, for the developers that are building in the core, yeah, and you've asked, what more can we get out of you with what's reasonable? I've not once wavered on sidewalks or infrastructure in the core and high density area anywhere where we're looking to do infill. It was my issue with the province when they demanded and forced us to, or forcing us to adopt a bylaw, that we're not getting the infrastructure that we need to support that density that they're mandating on us. And I've expressed that. Whereas in this cases, that's our job, is to do our homework. Now, I'd potentially, I'll go to Councillor McMath, but then I think perhaps given that if we call the question and we're tied again, then maybe a 2-week referral or deferral to have this return, everyone to take a breath, do further research, may lead to a more positive outcome than a no whatsoever. So I'll go to Councillor McMath first. No, you don't have the microphone, so you can wait, and I'll go to Councillor McMath.
I just have 2 technical questions. One is, what's the status of our Board of Variance? And the second question, should we go and call again and this result in a tiebreaker? Are we able to bring this back again, or will this be the completion of this item? Because with Councillor Bateman's recommendation to defer to the next meeting, we'll keep it continuing. But my question is, if we have another tiebreaker, where do we go from here?
Okay, thank you. I'll ask staff that. Thank you for the question. Through the mayor to council.
A motion can only be reconsidered once. However, there is other procedural ways to look at this. Of course, if this item was deferred to a subsequent meeting for consideration, that's a way to extend it. Of course, if there is a tie vote, and there is no decision, this would likely be brought back from staff for a decision from council. And at which time they may need to rescind a motion to undo a decision that you've made, either the approve or the deny. My apologies. It does get a bit tricky kind of talking around these things procedurally, but certainly this would and could come back to another meeting for council's consideration. As it remains, council has not made a decision one way or the other, and staff will be seeking a decision from council eventually. It's just a matter of which procedural way we want to move forward.
Does that answer your question, Councillor McMath?
It answered one half. The second was, what was the status of our development variance board?
We don't have a board of variance, and my understanding on how that would work would be that, and I'll have our planner, director of planning, correct me if I'm wrong, is that, to my recollection in the past, is that someone is unable to build because maybe this isn't a good example, but say you find quicksand on the property and it's unbuildable. And so therefore you need to vary a setback because you cannot build on the land. Is that a reasonable example? Or maybe archaeological finds, things that are unknown, and now you are in a place of hardship where you cannot build. I don't know that financial hardship is one that could be proven, but I'll defer to our staff for that.
Yeah, it's usually to do with the property itself. And I gave the example of a property that was created many years ago that's a triangular shape, or some very small property or weirdly shaped property in which you can't reasonably get the setbacks that are required. So it's a hardship situation, and one which would be considered favorably. I mean, anybody can come forward with an application to a board of variance, and you can't deny them from coming forward, but it's with the understanding that they have to prove hardship. And, you know, it's up to the board to determine whether they agree with that, that hardship definition or hardship case.
And it's my understanding that we currently do not have a board of variance in place. It's been several years now, like quite some time since that's been an active use. Is my going from memory. Yeah. Seeing no one disagreeing with me. Okay, Councillor.
Just to follow up on that, is that a requirement that we have a board of variance?
No. There's no legislative or statutory requirement that council must have one. I think it's in the case that there's items that trigger one, then council would be motivated, okay, we now need to form one because of X, Y, and Z, and then would select members of the public and form the committee to be on standby for when applications arose.
Okay, I just asked because on our website, there is a line that says the Board of Variance is required by Section 536, the Local Government Act of BC, and is formed in accordance with the District of Sooke bylaw number 311. That's why I asked that.
So I'm going to ask staff because it's been a long time. So is that I don't know anything about that. If someone else could answer that for me then, because I don't know what I'm talking about.
Just while Ms. Bagnall's looking that up, I'll just echo Mayor Tate's statement. Since I've been here, as far as I know, there hasn't been a board of variance. And I'm not sure technically if there needs to be one, but it hasn't been created. I don't even know what the last time they would have met would have been on. Which doesn't really help the conversation. And also just to confirm timing, if you were going to defer this, another advertising would need to happen. So it would be more than just the next meeting that would be delayed till.
Right, so in the event that this was deferred, so what I heard there is that we would re-advertise and then we would restart that process. Correct? Like we would re-advertise, so it would have to be in 2 consecutive newspapers. So we're looking at probably about a month. About right there, depending on advertising cutoffs.
If council, deferred this item to the next agenda, because there is actually 3 weeks in between, we're just gonna make the cutoff for the October 15th agenda.
Okay, so we'll just make the cutoff then. But we would re-advertise and then we would sort of restart the process like it was new. Would you still require to do mail outs to adjacent property owners? Okay, so that process would restart itself. Okay, Counselor St. Pierre.
I would like to defer, so I'm going to make that motion eventually. I think it's unfortunate that at this point, I think we all want good things for the community. I think all of us are in favor of trying to help families stay together. I know that I am. One of the previous times that I actually approved a variance was for that very reason. I would like that to happen here as well. I do feel, however, that because of almost a clean track record of always basically providing variances for frontage improvements, I feel pushed to a place where it's also the future of the kids in our community and the people in our community that are going to roll on mobility assistance, so on and so forth, that's at risk from not having the necessary amenities. I would like, I think Councilor McMath suggested this, better process. Maybe we need a different policy for this type of development. And I would be fine with that, but I would like to refer to staff for comment, for models, and for better solutions, because right now, I don't feel safe, but I think that with an appropriate response from staff, maybe we can move forward with this better. So I'd like to make the motion to defer.
Okay, so I want to just unpack what you just said, though, that you're bundling a lot onto this. You're wanting information on a different policy and all of that, whereas this here is a small piece of all of it.
If I may comment?
Yes.
On a case per case decision, it's my prerogative to make a decision in whichever way I choose on council, as Councilor Pearson has pointed out. I don't necessarily feel that it would be wrong to utterly deny this variance and for the applicant to pay the 63 as previously agreed upon. I am open to changing my mind with more information. And at this very moment in time, because of what's been going on, I don't feel comfortable doing so. I would love to feel more comfortable, and I would love to have more information so that all of council can have a better process, better policy, and better ideas on how we want to deal with this. So we do have sidewalks, and we can actually provide variances when it's really appropriate. But right now, I don't feel comfortable. I would like to defer.
Okay, so so that's been moved to defer and it's been seconded. It's just that we are deferring this to a council meeting that's a month away. And what you're asking staff to do, I don't know they can answer within a month. So I'm going to ask sort of what staff's takeaway from what your reasons for referring are. For me, I was more inclined with Councillor Bateman wanting to refer because he wanted to look at the land again and look at some notes. That's all on the councillor's time to do. What you're saying is an ask of staff, and I don't support that per se. So what is staff's conclusion from what has been asked of councillors? Because there's two. One that is on the councillors, in addition to the staff time to advertise and do the report again. Councillor St. Pierre's ask is a whole ask from a policy view.
I think it might, for clarification, Councillor St. Pierre, was the intention of your motion to simply just defer this item to a subsequent meeting in which there would be no new materials? Or are you referring it to staff for more information and a follow-up staff report? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so so for clarity, just so I know this and for Councillor McMath's benefit in those online, what has been moved is that this be deferred until staff report back with more information. So that may not be the October 15th date. It'll be a future meeting of when it fits into our work plans and everything else. Sorry, I can't support that.
Yeah, and I will withdraw that second.
It's already,
That was an amended motion.
It was.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I'm not gonna second.
I wasn't clear with what that motion meant.
okay, so what is on the floor right now? Then what I'm hearing is on the floor is that council has, pardon me, Councillor St. Pierre has moved that this item be deferred until a future meeting when staff can come back with new information on policy and other pieces that might inform this decision. And I don't know when that date would be, because that would have to fit into everything else that staff is doing. So, and it's been seconded, so that is what's live on the floor right
Councillor
now.
Bateman wants to make a friendly amendment.
Yeah.
And remove the second.
No, I think we would just defeat, the call that I'm calling right now as chair is that is what's on the floor. You either support it or you don't. And then a different motion could be made.
Can Councillor St. Pierre rescind his motion?
I think we just voted out. That is what is on the floor. So it would be the case of just calling the question and having a clean motion. So on deferring this for staff to come back with at a future meeting of an unknown date, not that that's what it is, but the future meeting with staff policy work and the like. Who would like to, I'm asking if others would like to speak on this. Councillor McMath, I see your hand.
Sorry, that was left over because my understanding was that the two of them could rescind the motion and then Councillor Bateman could proceed with his.
Okay, residual hand. So anything on this motion then? Okay, I'll call the question then. All those in favor of this motion? Anyone opposed? So Councillor Beddoes, Pearson, Bateman, McMath, and myself are opposed. So that fails. So I will go to Councillor Bateman for a motion.
Yeah, I'd like to defer this item 5.1 to the next available council meeting.
So that's been deferred to the next available council meeting, seconded by Councillor Beddoes. My understanding is that staff can meet the advertising timelines, given there's a meeting gap, so we're looking at the October 15th date. Okay, and I think that's important for the applicants and others in the room to know. And advertising will go out, letters will go out with a 6 p.m. start time.
And I'll
Councillor
just
Bateman.
note that Councillor St. Pierre is absolutely right. We need policy clarity, and that will be coming with the new subdivision and development standard bylaw in due course. So at this point, let's just get this one dealt with and moveon.org.
Okay. Anything on the motion, Councillor Pearson?
I don't know what deferring it's going to do, other than not being a tie. Potentially. We have a question on the floor. We have a potential motion. We actually now have a motion to defer it. Without any more staff input, other than our own kind of thoughts is where it's going to go. And we're going to go back to another decision, and it depends on who shows up on that night, how it's going to go. So, I'm having trouble supporting it because it feels like we're just delaying. And that's what we're famous for in not us, local governments are famous for delaying, not making decisions. Okay, we have a lot of weight on our shoulders, and then I think sometimes we have to make decisions. And just my thought. Anyways, I'm not one for deferring things just to defer it.
Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, being the seconder, what I see in the value of this is that knowing Councillor Bateman and how he digs into things is I suspect he is going to go back and look at some of those other decisions we made. And I look forward to hearing
because I can't remember everything that we voted on and the reasoning behind it. You know, I do know some where a trail was put in and various things like that. So in fairness to my colleague, he's requested this time and I would want to grant that to him. And then he may bring back some information that sways me. He said that he's sort of on the fence, maybe it'll sway him. And then that will break it. It's unfortunate that we have to wait a couple of weeks to do that, but I'd much rather do it that way cleanly than sit here in 3-3-3-3 for forevermore, because we'll get nowhere. And Councillor Bateman is willing to put himself out to do that research. And I look forward to hearing it because I don't have to look that deeply into it if you do all the research. So I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Councillor Beddoes. I would just caution, and this is my advice, but you can take it or leave it. But I would recommend that you go and look at the land. Look at the land. And rather than, oh, I made this decision here, because every parcel is unique and the circumstances are different. I have not been consistently on all of these variances have come through. Arguably, sure, perhaps in Casinos because of what I see in the land. Definitely not for Sooke Point. It's not the same. It's not like, oh, I did it there, I got to do it here. Every parcel of land is uniquely different. The motivation, intent, and what is happening on that land is different. So I would look at the land. And if you want to fill yourself with doing all of the other pieces, that's fine too. But it's what is the land and what is the future and what are we trying to achieve? The vision is a safe community. The vision is one that's safe for wildlife. The vision is preserving the character that we still have. And what is the reality of where the humans should be and how they should move and prosper into the future. So I hear Councillor Pearson, but I just feel that if we're stuck in this, we're going to land the same way. Yeah. Would you like to speak again?
No.
Okay, so yes, Councillor St. Pierre.
Just briefly, I very much appreciate what Councillor Pearson was saying. I do actually completely agree, which is interesting in this particular case, because I was going to ask the deferral myself and I'm finding myself really agreeing. And I appreciate your comments as well, because I think that one of the things that I'm realizing is that I really need a strong link between you're asking for this money and where does it exactly go? And in terms of our policies, how are those linkages made? Because I think what we've heard from the applicant is this is not going to happen in our neighborhood. And why should we have to pay for something that's not going to happen in our neighborhood? And if that's really the way our policy works, then maybe that makes sense. Maybe that makes sense. But that's not what I was actually hearing, I thought, from staff in terms of actually setting aside money for future provisions. So I personally am confused about what's going on with this money, because it sounds like it's going to be used in the neighborhood for future improvements or needs, but then it's not. I don't know. Now, we're not going to get a staff report, so that's too bad, but that's a question that I would really like to have answered, because I actually, through your worship to staff, is that an easy question to answer? Oh, I don't know. No, it's not an easy question to answer. Okay. We don't. Anyway, that for me, that's a bit of a sticking point in terms of what's happening, because that makes the difference between we can continue collecting money for projects like sidewalks, or everyone's going to want to just not pay anything and we don't have them.
Okay, so we're on the referral piece now.
So on the referral piece, I'm agreeing with Councillor Pearson. If we don't get an answer to this question, I'll see why we're bothering, at least for me.
So you wanted an answer from staff tonight then?
I don't know how to change my vote in the way I'd like to without that.
Okay.
I can't hear the conversations that are happening because their microphones are not on.
Councillor McMath, Councillor St. Pierre just stated that he is, maybe you just restate into the microphone.
I was just saying that without an answer to what's really happening with the 63,000, where it could be spent, and if we've got the tools to do so, I don't feel like I can change my vote, because I feel like we're just giving up on sidewalks forever. If I knew that it was okay and that we have the proper mechanisms, then I might be willing to change, but I need that answer.
I think like regardless, that's something that, so we're gonna vote again now. It gets tied. It goes back to staff. We have the time to do even more research. Like either way, it's coming back and staff can answer those questions. Those are not overly complicated. And I feel like we've already kind of reviewed where that money goes and how it's dispersed, but they can reiterate that at the next one. Regardless, this is going to get deferred. So whether we do it now by voting that it gets deferred, or we vote and it's a tie and then it gets deferred again for staff to bring back, it's the same result. We're just kind of spinning tires right now. So I think we just call the question now. Because either way, we're going to end up with the same result.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McMath. Okay, I'll call the question on deferral. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Pearson and I are opposed. It carries. Councillor, yes. Councillor McMath was in favor. Councillor, what's his name? Pearson and I are in opposition. It carries. St. Pearson. Okay, so sorry, folks, but we'll see you back on October 15th.
And just before we move on to the next section, I'm just still looking for an answer in regards to the Board of Variance.
Okay, so can we follow up with that? Or I saw our corporate officer raise her hand.
Okay.
Just a moment.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. Upon preliminary review, it does look like the local government must by bylaw establish a board of variance. However, I hesitate to give any legislative advice without a comprehensive review. So I'm sure that one will be circulated to council through the CAO upcoming.
Okay, we'll get back to on that. Thank you, Councillor McMahon.
Right. Yeah, of course. Upcoming like the next meeting or just via email or.
At this stage, I could just email council an update on the last information we have about a board of variance. It looks like 2016 was the last time we may have advertised for people for a board of variance. So terms ended after 3 years. So either way, something council would have to give us direction to re-advertise, I believe. But yes, I can come back with some initial information on clarifying the next steps for that. And probably at some point a fulsome report would probably need to come in the public domain so people would understand what this is about and what can and can't come in front of the Board of Variance.
Okay, we'll get some information and then take next steps from there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, item 12 is a rise and report. This is just for information that council rise and report on the appointment of Rose Liu as did I say that correctly? Okay, thank you. Rose Liu is financial officer for the district of Sooke, effective September 9th, 2024. Congratulations and welcome to the district. Congratulations also for CAO Gray, who's only wearing one hat now as the CAO. Well done. Okay, correspondence requiring action, 13.1. Is an item that I had pulled. It's a proposal for paid wildlife staff education position that came from Wildwise. It's here for information. I just wanted it to come forward as part of consideration in budget deliberations. So, as I try to get to this report in here, I was just basically, here's the situation and that council receive this and still scrolling. And okay, that's what I was thinking. Okay. Basically that council receive and direct staff to provide a report on what we may consider doing in the future. That's very lame motion. Yeah, is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bateman. Go ahead, Councillor Beddoes.
I'm all in favor of some education. The hardest part is that this Wildwise doesn't just deal with Sooke, it deals with the Wandafuga area as well. And you know, I need to know from staff in a full-time position
with the idea, you know, there was a cougar on a trail the other day. So I don't know what's given to kids today. But there is some techniques that people should be aware of, especially in the trail system. So I look forward to hearing a staff report on and what's reasonable fees on, you know, paying somebody $100,000 a year to do it. I don't think so, but some money to do some part-time training might be advisable. So I'm glad you brought it forward.
Thank you. And yes, as I made the motion, I'll speak to it. It was the case where I don't remember what we're funding Wildwise or how long it's been. I know that other communities are. And I don't fully know what their ask is either. So that's where I thought, okay, we'll just direct staff to look into it. And is it a service agreement? What does it look like for us to consider going forward? Counselor, or sorry, yeah, I'll go to Bateman and then,
Yeah, I'll just note Wildwise is funded by Sooke, Machosen, Langford and Colwood. And this letter has been sent as to all of those as well as School District 62. So the logic here would be a mutually funded position for the West Shore perhaps. But that would be something to discuss with Molly Cameron and perhaps check in with those other municipalities to see how they've received this letter.
yeah, Counselor St. Pierre.
I was just thinking this felt more like a decision for trustees and for the school districts to get really involved with as an education piece where someone would be stepping to the schools. That was it. That's all.
Yeah, they do already do that. And I just thought as we advance towards budget, then we could take that into consideration at that time. So not necessarily next meeting, but just as we go into budget considerations. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's none opposed. Thank you. The items removed consent were correspondence that'll come to the next meeting. So we'll go to council verbal reports, please. Counselor St. Pierre.
Yes, I could note that we all went to UBCM except for Councillor Jeunesse, who was busy, otherwise occupied. We spent a great amount of time, I think fruitfully in various ministerial meetings. I forget how many, like over a dozen. I was not elected to the executive at UBCM, unfortunately, but I think I took a good shot at it. And it was an excellent conference overall. I think most of us found it very useful, a lot of good information. So, yeah.
Counselor Beddoes.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that as well as I think for those ministerial meetings to have a good portion of council going in there with the mayor carries some weight. So and her, you know, our CAO is there in each and every time. So we put a pretty unified front on and we tackled what problems we can in election months. But you know, I think we were heard. I feel we made some headway. So congrats to the mayor who led the charge in a lot of these things, and good. It was a good weekend. A week. I thought it was very fruitful.
Counselor Pearson.
Yep, same thing. I don't know how the UBCM executive would take it, but I feel that their cycle of their meetings should correspond to the election cycle. That meeting, UBCM, I feel would be beneficial to be 1 month later in this particular year. They have fixed election dates now, and I think UBCM would benefit by having it after the election, right? Because it feels like a little bit of a lame duck kind of approach when you're meeting with ministers who are actually not even running again, right? Good exchange. There was great, with staff members. There was a great exchange of ideas, information, contacts for our CAO, all of those things. There's benefit to meeting people, but you're meeting with people who may or may not be there. In some cases, they definitely, like the Minister of Transportation Highways, less than a month, he would, well, actually 2 days. 2 days after we met with him, he would not be the Minister of Highways. So anyways, just an observation. So, but overall, the meeting was good. It was positive. Sooke put a lot of good meeting requests in, maybe even too many, people would say. But you know what? We got heard loud and clear to Councillor Beddoes's point. So, we made our request, and I think the members of public in Sooke would be proud of the elected officials.
Kudos to staff for putting that binder together too.
Councillor McMath, any comments? We've lost connection. Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Bateman.
Don't cut me off. No, I would echo what I've heard today. You were particularly good, and then the UBCM is a lesser organization for your absence.
Yeah, they're awesome.
That's a bit over the top, but you made a lot of good comments at the mic over the course of the week. And yes, the ministers are moving on, but those ADMs and deputy ministers and senior staff will be there. And I think we were heard particularly well on a few fronts. I'll mention the Office of the Seniors Advocate, who has made a commitment to be a supporter for the gathering place, and particularly for Air Manor's needs for more care beds. He brought forward the point that in Canada, for every 1,000 seniors, there are 29 care beds. Well, we have 3,000 seniors in Sooke, a little over 3,000, and we have approximately, I think at Air Manor, 30 beds, maybe complex care at most. So he was strongly urging us to renew advocacy for Air Manor expansion. And he's accepted an invite to come out and join us, meet with Searchin and the Air Manor people. And I think you're going to take him out on the charter fishing boat or something. You got an idea there. So, and there were other things, we met with BC Housing, the advocacy work that the mayor was doing to try to get additional emergency shelter beds on the ground floor. And we heard again, I'm sorry, there's no money, but persistence counts. So we built a relationship with that guy who followed us out and said he heard the passion in the community for this compassionate community for helping. And I could cite a few others here, but I'm running out of juice. So, oh, and I went to the mental health fair. Speaking of which, that was a whole nother thing. The mayor, who you may be speaking about the mental health seminar that you were on the panel with. And that was dealing with elected officials and the stress and strain of the job, which can be stressful at times as we move through phases of guilt. And anyway, that is going to develop into a peer support group led by Brian Frankel, one of the former UBCM presidents. And then there was the mental health fair at EMCS on Saturday, which was the first of its kind. And that's looking to be there for the future. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for your comments. It was a very busy week. Thank you very much, staff. The binders, just how it was laid out, the leave behind materials really helped us a lot. That was a real standout piece and was well received by all of the folks that we presented them with. I forgot my pins at home, so I usually hand out the pins and I forgot them at home. I didn't want to give, anyway, I'm being cheeky now. In terms of UBCM timing, I'll share an interesting one with you. Myself, I did serve on the executive and it's all laid out. Some years, government's like, no, we're not coming. They don't come to UBCM, even though all the local leaders are gathered together. Another time, well, they dropped the writ on the Monday of UBCM. Thank you very much. And did that. So cabinet hall meetings canceled, several shifts. We had to change everything at the last minute because, gee, they've dropped the writ on us and now they're not going to be here at all. So that happens as well. Unfortunate event of 9/11 also canceled UBCM entirely. And these events are planned years out because of confirming convention space and all of that. The cabinet meeting or the provincial meetings became a service that UBCM offers. So the main program starts on Wednesday, carries on Thursday, Friday. And the main function of UBCM is for local leaders to gather together. share concerns, best practice, to develop policy and what the local government platform is to either the province or the federal government. So I would argue that this is actually one of the most important UBCMs to come to play because we potentially have new government. And what is their policy platform going to be on capacity and vulnerable populations, supporting seniors? We're telling you from a community perspective, this is what is going well with your legislation, and this is what the problem statements are. And then all of that then becomes documented. The executive will follow up and start taking a task. And that is where we have informed provincial policy over the century that UBCM has existed. This is where the community works funding or gas tax funding came from, because local governments champion together, we need sustainable infrastructure funding. And now that agreement has been renewed, and UBCM is the funding organization that takes care of this on behalf of the federal government. And now another policy document has come forward urging the province to also commit to infrastructure dollars. And then the executive takes this, or others, to the members gathered. Do you support this position on what we're doing? This is what we're hearing around the province. What do you think all of those gathered here today are? And this is where the resolutions come forward, whether they're repeats or whether they're new, on what is emerging from our community. And this is where we effective change legislation. So one's on rodenticides. We had owls dying in our community from secondary poisoning that has now led to a ban on certain types of substances. Cannabis, local governments have advocated for recreational to be legalized for a long time. It finally happened. And now we're still pushing for our share of the revenue taxation. I just cannot help but argue about that, because I was once on the committee that did all the regulations on behalf of UBCM. So, and I would argue that it was a very important one to attend for that particular reason. The meetings came about because it was a way of helping smaller rural communities access the legislature. So those that are traveling from 100 Mile House, Prince Rupert, Quesnel, greater distance, sending one or two, their ability to travel to get to the legislature to have face-to-face was nearly impossible, depending on who was prevailing in government. So in this case, it was a service that was provided, and then it grew. So I remember at some time early on, I remember we got a meeting, this is years ago, with the Ministry of Transportation, and there was criticism like, you guys can drive to the legislature. We're coming all of this, from Prince George, and we can't get a meeting, or whatever local government it was. And I'm like, oh, I kind of felt bad about that. Maybe we shouldn't apply for meetings, but and try to meet with the legislatures outside of the cycle. It happens, it doesn't happen. So yeah, going forward, I think let's just be maybe a bit more succinct in our ask. And would a letter and follow-up letter, we have something on record now, suffice? It was a bit exhausting for me, high energy, being present, being on point, being, that's where I'm like, you guys, we have 20 minutes, like get in the room and sit down, like, cause you just want to get it. So it was a lot of energy. So just something to think of going forward. But I did feel our meeting with the RCMP, Seniors Advocate, BC Hydro, and the health staff were helpful. Sometimes it's a staff-to-staff connection. Who do we actually need to connect with to deliver X? So those parts were really important. I did present in 2 sessions, the Emergency Disaster Management legislation or act. So thank you to staff for just walking me through that and helping me with some information, because we're looking at gaps. And I spoke to that a bit earlier about how smaller rural communities get per capita funding. We have limited capacity, and larger urban centers, not as much of a threat to wildfire. They get more money than we do. And then they can do all these things that are like, oh yeah, you can do business continuity because they are not faced with a threat like we are running EOCs, or certainly other peers are, and they have more capacity than we do. My takeaway from all of that is speaking with peers, and then I did the other one on local leaders and mental health, was the word of the day for me, or word of the week, was capacity, and how we're all really strained to deliver a lot. So it's good timing just to know where the resolutions are And as we head into an election cycle, about where the gaps are and where we really need partners and allies. And I say that because I found the lieutenant governor has always been such a strong ally for local governments, very present, very reassuring, very kind, and a really a solid champion, which has been lovely. And then, yeah, returned home, made it to Thunderbirds hockey practice, the gathering, Sooke gathering. So thanks to Search In for the grand parade that launched in the town center. They surpassed their target, which was wonderful to see that support for the gathering place. And then the mental health fair over at EMCS on the same day. And then I felt I was back at Sea Park for an actual game. So kudos to Sea Park getting that ice in early. It's allowed a lot of our younger, our kids to get on the ice sooner and assemble teams. And only a couple of teams are actually organized. The last piece I want to share is that there is a Sooke talent show being developed. So mark your calendars for October the 19th, 7 to 9. This is all to support the Sooke Food Bank. It'll be at EMCS, so you can go and vote. You can watch Little Talent, and then you can go home and see the results come in. It was a great way to spend the day. And if any of you have some talent, I thought we could put together the Sooke Council Band. But we don't have enough time this year. So maybe next year we can put something like that together. But it's at 7 to 9. Curtain is at 7. But I think they're still looking for some odd pieces. So if there's anyone with some talent that wants to do a little showcase, just keep that in mind to support the food bank. So, yes. So I'll leave it at that. And I will now ask that council adjourn and that we close the meeting to the public pursuant to the following subsection of the community charter, the time being 10:06. We will go into closed for 91C, labor relations or other employee relations, and 91E, the acquisition, disposition, or expropriation of land or improvements. If the council considers that disclosure could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality. So, mover please. Moved by Councillor Beddoes, seconded by Pearson. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you to the members of the public for staying with us for this meeting. Have a good night. St. Pearson.